เราเฝ้าดูทุกเหตุการณ์จากคนนับล้านจากคู่แข่งนับร้อยนี่คือเหล่านักสู้ที่เก่งกาจที่สุดแห่งมวลมนุษยชาติกลุ่มนักแข่งที่สามารถออกไปต่อกรกับผู้แข่งขันที่ยิ่งใหญ่ที่สุดในโลกพวกเขาคือคนที่ถูกคัดเลือกมาจากพลังที่ยังไม่มีใครสามารถทดแทนได้ความสามารถของคนนิ้วเดิมพลังอำนาจความไวและการควบคุมในระดับโลกพลังแห่งการสื่อสารประสานกันเป็นทีมสร้างพลานุภาพตีบอลเสริมพลังอย่างหนักหน่วงและการสู้ระดับเลเวลเทพปกปิดแนบเนียนอยู่ใต้พุ่มไม้เป็นปีกก็ไม่มีใครรู้วันนี้พวกเขารวมตัวกันเพื่อฝึกอย่างหนักและมุ่งมั่นในการเป็นผู้ที่ถูกเลือกนั่นก็เพื่อเป้าหมายเดียวเพื่อเงินไม่ใช่เหรอมันเยอะนะมันเยอะที่สุดเท่าที่เคยมีการจัดการแข่งขันมาเลยนะแต่เป้าหมายที่แท้จริงคือการได้เป็นแชมป์แล้ว AIC นี้รู้กัน
Time makes heroes Arena of Valor International Championship 2021 วันที่ 26 พฤศจิกายน ถึง 19 ธันวาคมนี้
俺から逃げられるわけだ。お前を排除する。そのまま。Justice One。諦め。俺から逃げられるわけだ。Has been defeated. I am you.
We were born at the beginning of time. We are intertwined, inseparable. We are bound to protect the world. I live to protect. I'm in a bit of a mess, but I have your back. This time, let us stand our ground. I feel I am where I belong. You are. How have you been? We will meet again. Although the journey is hard, we're always gonna try to reach for the stars. The pathway is rough, we may stumble and fall, but we won't let fear hold us down. We won't hide ourselves. Yes, we will stay strong and sing out a song. Ride on, ride on, ride on, let's make a way. Ride on, you never have to be afraid. We'll capture the stars. Ride on, we'll travel through time and space. Now you're here by my side, we're breaking through. See our dream from a new view. Don't be constrained. The rules were always made to be broken anyway. People may talk, but take control and change your fate. I still remember the day when you encouraged. Ride on. Ride on, we're making waves. Ride on, afraid. We'll capture the star like we do. Flying, turning, deja vu. Ride on, let's make a wave. Ride on, we're traveling through time and space. Now you're here by my side, we're breaking through. See our dream from a new view.私が言った方が手っ取り早いのに本当バカ。何？私じゃ不満なわけ？ほら、最初から私が行けばよかったじゃない。次はあんたの番よ。全部私が片付けるから。ほら、最初から私がそれで不安とか思ってるの？ほら、最初
Aya Flurry Voice. As the best elf idol, she can greatly enhance the survivability of her teammates. In battle, she can frequently possess teammates to provide protection and defuse the enemy's attack. Aya can also use sound wave attacks against her enemies. They start small and gradually get bigger, which enemies will not be able to defend against. Once Aya unleashes her magical stage, her opponents will be lost in her singing and be transformed into cute animals. Even if she is attacked, Aya can transform into a squirrel to protect herself. Into human form immediately. Aya can escape through walls to continue providing support for the next teammate. The best timing for Aya to unleash her ultimate is right before a Aya can limit the enemy's incoming attacks.
Have you ever seen a blood red star?
can't get it right.
Aya, can't you do anything right? Yeah, I don't see any magic.
My voice. I'm still unable to protect everyone. I can't even master the simplest protection spell. Shiny, do you believe in me? What was that? Oh no, the forest! What's this? Shiny, be careful! Shiny! For the forest, for Shiny, I will succeed! Shiny, let's go! Shiny, watch out! Ah! Ugh. Shiny. Everyone with my voice, I'd like to organize a concert. You don't want to buy a ticket? That won't do. Don't be a cheapskate. Not even if you become my assistant. The star of Athenor and Avada is here. Are you ready?
Aw, that's a good boy.
not going to hurt you much.
An enemy has been defeated. You have defeated an enemy.
Again towards his base as some fight breaks through in the mid lane. Moop actually is gonna get caught out. He won't be able to live anymore. Ipa Pro tries to save the day, but
is getting the bulk of the damage from V Gaming. There's a tornado being procced out. Kwanga is in the area. The clicker is going to be used. The Dark Dominion as well. That's the Star Sky. Being procced out. Maris getting a lot of damage. Virgil V as well. Gets that Dragon Flame. And they are going to be taking some of the advantage against DTAC Talon. And that's Ember's Case connecting to two of their members. Getting a double kill.
onto Bertleby. Now with a numbers advantage, they're looking to spread out towards the bot side here for Dada, but not without a fight here into the mid lane. Shaolin is gonna dive with Easy, but without the other members, you know, that's gonna be a bit of a mistake as Easy dies in the process. With a good execution here by V Gaming. Now they're opting to split push onto the side lane. Huang Hai is getting dived here by CC, but now as the backup comes through, can he actually get the kill? The outplay is going to be present by Huang Hai.
In any objectives for now. They are in the lead, and that is going to be a hook. And also a tornado being used. The orb is going to be blocked out. Mars is going to be able to get out of harm's way, and that is going to be the Death Embrace being used on Dada. Is he going to be able to take out Huang Hai? Actually misses out the drone drop, and that's resulting to Dada actually being able to get out. But with the double trouble coming in from Wang TD, it is going to be enough to get that kill. And look at the damage coming in from Wang TD and Marin. They are able.
When I stand on the shoulders of giants, I realized that I am still far away from the sky. For eternal glory, we pour out our blood and sweat. Even if time goes by, our faith never collapses. Bruised and we're fell but still chasing. It's not the end. The way I have chosen, it makes me feel who I am. Heroes stand the test of fire. Give all of me to the tide. We're never terrified. What makes heroes alive? Heroes stand the test of fire. Give all of me to the tide. I struggle with that. Nothing ever turns me back. Turns me back. When I stand, when I've climbed above the clouds, and it reminds me why I am still far away from the sky. We're bruised and we're losing. We fell but still chasing. It's not the end. The way I have chosen, it makes me feel who I am. Heroes stand the test of fire. Give all of me to the tide. We're never terrified. What makes heroes alive? Heroes stand the test of fire. Give all of me to the tide. I struggle with that. Nothing ever turns me back. Turns me back. Stand the test of fire. We're never terrified. Nothing ever turns me We're never terrified. What makes heroes alive? Heroes stand the test of fire. Give all of me to the tide.
Hello and welcome into the arena of Valor International Championships 2021. My name is Vittorio. With me is Kiang. We are now at the last semifinals for the lower bracket. It is going to be Buriram United facing off against Hong Kong Attitude. So far here in the AIC 2021, we still have 3 representatives from 3 regions. From the RPL, being Buriram United, from the GCS region, of course, Hong Kong Attitude, and the ones waiting for in the championships is going to be the AOG representatives v Gaming. We'll see which of the 2 regions right now who's going to be facing off in this series that are going to face v Gaming at tomorrow's finals.
Yeah, it has been such a long tournament. So many things has happened even yesterday. Hong Kong Attitude with their a struggle against V Gaming, but they were the first team to put a scratch on their record, so maybe that is a good sign. Talking about Buriram United Esports in their successful takedown on DTAC Talon in that long series. I actually thought we would reach game number 7. Unfortunately, there was another MVP in that final game. Unfortunately, DTAC Talon lost due to a huge wave of minions onto the top, and due to the long team fight that BRU and DTAC Talon had in that last clash. The wave just pushed, and the game ended in an upsetting manner. So right now, BRU having a chance to battle V Gaming, but they have to go through Hong Kong Attitude first. A lot of things should be considered here. So many, or like such huge improvement has been made by both teams, Hong Kong Attitude and Buriram United Esports, proving themselves that they do deserve to be here in the in the lower bracket finals. And one of them will come to face V Game. I'm already expecting an intense series here. I actually want to see if they would reach game number 7, because these teams adapt all throughout the series. I mean, all throughout the tournament, but also mid-series, they adapt well. So things should get messy when they actually charge onto each other.
Yep, and we're gonna see on your screens the path the teams have already undertaken. HKA lost yesterday against V Gaming, so they are now relegated here in the lower bracket, and they still have a chance to face them again in the finals if they can overcome BRU. But BRU so far, one of the most storied teams here in the AIC and even in the international scene, they have eluded success, any kind of success in the international tournaments. So maybe this is their chance to maybe redeem the name of Buriram United. But you're still gonna see here the prize pool for the AIC, 1 million total prize pool for the whole tournament, and they are now competing for the lion's share of $400,000 for the first placers or the champions, and then for the second and third, they will take home $200,000 and $150,000. So whoever falls down here still is going to take home $150,000. But
That's a lot.
yeah, but it's not all about the prize. It's it's also all about the pride of these guys who are representing their respective regions. So Buriram United versus Hong Kong Attitude, there is going to be a lot in stake. Is it still going to be a prevailing GCS region, or the RPL's dominance this year is still going to be upheld by BRU?
And also, yeah, I like that you talked about that it's not about just the price. But I mean, it is important since it is economy, of course. It is resources and also funds, but also the pride, them being able to say that they are the best team in the AIC 2021. Both BRU and Hong Kong Attitude wants to be the one to challenge V Gaming tomorrow, and this is the next, maybe the final step towards the grand finals. And for sure, both of these teams have prepared significantly over the past few days. I mean, they have improved significantly already, but in here, for sure, they are going to be readying themselves for an intense series wherein like even their pocket picks has made significant impact in their games. They both had experience in long extended series and games, and because of that we can see that two types of approach can be made here. We have seen Hong Kong Attitude and BRU go in for a sprint of the series, doing a 4-0. We also saw them go in with an extended one, best of 5s, best of 7s, and also them being able to adapt their strategy and also their composition mid game. So that can be something that would help them, but also they would need to get a good read onto each other, know their strengths, know their weaknesses of their opponent, and try to get around that. Because every game is going to be important here. Nothing should be thrown away.
Yep, and these guys haven't faced it. This is their first time facing off here in this best of 7. So here we are seeing BRU, KSSA, Foxen, Nunu, F1, and Overfly. Still no subs at all. So they are going to be going here hot. Facing off HKA's lineup, Abao, Shaolin, Easy, Dada, and CC. They are still going to be the first 5 of HKA. And so far, this is their first matchup in the AIC 2021. They haven't faced up in the group stages. They haven't faced up in the upper brackets as well. So this might be a kind of series wherein maybe we're gonna see in the first games of the series that they are gonna be gauging each other. Or is the surprise factor enough for one of these guys to actually pop off and close the series at a 4-0? Those are the kinds of scenarios that we're going to see, and the key matchup is going to be between the junglers F1 and Dada. We're going to see a better stat on the BRU's jungle, but we all know in the best of 7 series that it doesn't really matter who has the better stats. It's all about the plays, it's all about the rotations, it's all about the strategy.
Well, we can see that BRU, based on the stats alone of F1, we can see that he really likes being involved in the team fight. So maybe that can be a factor in the approach here of BRU in this game, especially against Hong Kong Attitude. Because Hong Kong Attitude likes to go in sometimes on the scaling side. We saw them trying that kind of strategy against V Gaming. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out the best for them. Well, one game it did, but it wasn't really a scaling composition that they did. They tried out an aggressive early game composition with decent late game scaling, but in here I think that would be something that they could actually apply as a pick and ban starting with BRU on the blue side, Hong Kong Attitude on the red. So naturally there is a prioritization on the first pick for BRU, having to ban out the AIC. And of course we have 99.3. It's no longer 99.9% ban rate on the Aya. But now, since Hong Kong Attitude has banned away the Elsu, there is a priority, there is availability on the Superman, but we haven't seen the Superman being prioritized sometimes in the initial games. Normally we do see it in the game number 2, 3, sometimes even extended on to 4 before a team actually picks it up. Now, BRU is gonna be taking up the Tulen. Relatively high damage, and also it kind of threatens a Florentino pick. So Hong Kong Attitude needs to go in with the other available heroes. Omen, we do know the amount of sustain that it has, as well as the split push potential. They're gonna be changing it up a bit. A Grak. Ooh. Alright, no. Yeah, BRU is going for the sprint. I mean, well, BRU likes to have this kind of a composition, especially in their past few series against Dita Talon, One Team, even Valencia CF Esports. They like to go on a sprint, going in hard with these strong picks in the first 3-4 games, trying to shorten the series. In general, they want to end it quickly, at least in theory, but they have to keep worry on Hong Kong attitude, knowing that they also want to go in for sprint sometimes, but their approach is kind of different. They like going in for late game scaling, and also they like going in for, you know, having that late game insurance, and also trying to avoid team fights early on. So BRU has to be extra aggressive in this sense, in this game, if they want to take down Hong Kong attitude in the first game. I mean, you talked about having the Omen, relatively high sustain and a good split push potential as well, and looking at the lineup being built up by Hong Kong attitude right now, hovering the Malok. So they're also investing onto the long series. They're not putting it all on the meta picks. They're trying to squeeze out some pocket picks that they think would work, and this comes to show how Hong Kong attitude has adapted all throughout the knockout stage. BRU now picking up or like hovering the level. They might go for a hostage taking strategy. Well, no Roxy in this. They're gonna be hovering on the Alice instead, but I think Roxy would be really nice.
Yeah, and actually looking at to what the synergy of BRU is with the counter initiations of Wonder Woman, the sets of the Superman, if you add Alice to the mix, that's gonna be something that can speed up the rotation of BRU. They already have a lot of mobile heroes. They have a lot of mobility in all of their abilities. Only Laville doesn't have the dash. He does have a speed up, but if you add Alice to the mix, you can reposition and also disengage immediately on the fights as long as the Omen cannot lock down anyone. And most of those times, the shock is not going to connect if the Death's Embrace is not going to be procced out in the right position. HKA needs to be very, very cautious in those types of scenarios, because if you're going to add Alice to the mix, most of the time, they're just going to create a situation where you are going to overextend your lines. And that's where, you know, that's where the efficient clashes actually happen if you can actually time all of your ultimates right. This, especially for HKA, they do have the shock of Malok, they do have the Death's Embrace, but the mobility of BRU is something to be desired, and HKA now is hovering onto that Cricknack pick on the last 6 seconds. So I think this is gonna be a lock-in. HKA looks to have a lot of damage, a lot of long-range damage at that, with the Violet and a lot of pokes on the Liliana. But is it gonna be enough that the Cricknack is the only hero that they can rely on the early part of HKA? Because Buriram United, all throughout, they have strong heroes like the Wonder Woman, Tulin, and the Superman who can sustain them, and then an ultra late game carry on that Laville.
I was actually nervous when I saw the Murad hover a while ago. We don't normally see a good performance on Murad. We already know the cons of using it, especially in group top situations. Definitely the Cricknack is a lot better, and we do see results with this kind of pick. So right now, comparing the composition of both teams, BRU has a solid team fight based composition. Hong Kong Attitude is gonna be, squeezing out some fights, some small skirmishes initially, and they would like to scale on for this Violet pick. They have to be really cautious because of the Laville's double trouble, and also the amount of crowd control that BRU has with a lot of synergy onto the allies, like what you said. And also, Hong Kong Attitude, their engage is kind of different. You know, the Malok pick has that vital role with regards to engaging, but also doesn't have that much escape. Only has one choice: either go in or out using the ultimate. So they have to be a little bit creative and also decisive in their way of approaching BRU, because BRU's draft is really solid right now. It's stable, and also it's gonna be heavily reliant on the initiations of both the Superman and the Laville.
Prepare to engage.
Early jabs thrown here by both teams. Really going aggressive in this early game, and also maybe just establishing their territory in the mid lane. Thought about taking a bit of damage, chunked down to half already. He's gonna be forced to recall because of this, but it's not gonna be that much affecting this early game for the side of Hong Kong Attitude. We have to keep watch though of Overfly because of, well, it's flight. It's a Superman. Such a huge amount of movement speed that can affect his rotation, which can affect the overall map pressure onto Hong Kong Attitude. That's something that they should be keeping watch, especially that Nunu is gonna be having this Wonder Woman in the mid lane, so there is that kind of pressure in the mid lane for Easy, as we see an engage here onto the top. A bow after being chunked down to half and forced to recall. Now he's gonna be a victim of a first blood by BRU. This is gonna be enabling their early game. Quite early, perhaps. 500 gold lead. It's not that much, but it's already something that can boost the momentum here of Buriram United Esports.
And this is what I'm saying. If they have the capability of adding that Alice to their lineup, they already have that mobility. They are gonna have the better rotations for sure, because that is gonna be speeding up on how they can cross the map, and that is the beauty of having an Alice. And that's gonna be Dada trying to go for a steal. That's a double trouble, and that's a lot of wombo combos. He was not able to move, and a lot of the resources on the side of HKA is going to be taken by Buriram United.
Yeah, it's a lot of things to consider right now as the game progresses. BRU, they love having this kind of strategy. They like going in hard and establishing a solid control in the early game, and now they do have it. 2-0 on the board, 800 gold lead, but we're seeing KSSA getting dived upon here. Hong Kong Attitude trying to strike back, but they're lacking in terms of damage because they have to scale. That is their thing. They can't do much on this early game for now. They have to keep watch on the rotations here of Buriram United Esports, and also maybe if they do want to get some kills, they have to target isolated members of BRU, but it's hard to get those types of scenarios because BRU keeps on grouping up.
Yep, and the double trouble is not gonna get a hit, and that is still gonna be a nice attempt. It's gonna be adding more pressure when they actually see that the Laville is gonna be in the area. They're always gonna be thinking, and Nuno is gonna be missing that braces submission, and Abao uses the shock to disengage. And this has been the characteristic of what is happening for HKA. And so far, this is going to be a disaster for HKA.
Yeah, it's well, early game, 1,000 goal lead, not that much. Scaling is still gonna be really important here for Hong Kong Attitude, and now they're trying to dive here onto Overfly. Finally, they do take him down. That's gonna be helping them a little bit with regards to their momentum, as it is the Omen that has secured that kill. It will help him scale up a little bit more if we compare the gold of these both solo laners. 1.9 on Overfly and 2.4k on CC. Now he has a little bit of an upper hand with regards to rotation now in the mid lane. Easy gets taken down. Nunu has taken the kill. And it's just them, 2 versus 3. It's not a problem at all for BRU. That's how confident they are in these small skirmishes.
Yes, and with Nunu actually taking out the kill at the front of 2 of the heroes of HKA, nothing, they were not able to do anything at all to actually help Easy in that situation. That's how dangerous the combination of adding that Alice with the silences and slow. They have the capability to go in, and this is very, very characteristic of how Buriram wants to play this kind of composition. They want to speed up the rotations. They always go for those 3v1s and even those 4v3s wherein they're gonna have the advantage.
Yeah. And well, this is already a bit of a good advantage established by BRU. As we check out the replay, you know, not much damage taken here by both KSSA and Nunu. And as they take already their second Abyssal Dragon, Hong Kong Attitude hasn't started this Dark Slayer yet, so maybe BRU can take this as they do dive onto Abao. Ulti already expended, so no engage tool on the side of Hong Kong Attitude. They have to give this Dark Slayer away, but we do see CC split pushing onto the bot side. This will help them have something to squeeze out in these kinds of scenarios while they do scale, and that is kind of the output or the result from that kill a while ago that they got onto Overfly. Now there is a dive once again here onto the top. Double trouble didn't connect to anyone because of that orb, but they will secure the Spirit Sentinel. So no casualties again for Hong Kong Attitude, but we're starting to see the pressure being built up here by BRU, making that prioritization on to Shaolin and Easy to kind of shut them down, because they know they would struggle trying to take down CC. So they're just sending Overfly to take care of him, just delay the push while they make some plays around the map.
Yep, and it is going to be a problem here that Overfly is not going to have the best of time against a Omen. And he is just going to be locked down. All of his abilities are actually not going to be effective on the Omen and also the Quick Knock. And he's going to be spotting up the Dark Slayer lane with F1 looking into the jungle. There's going to be a lot of information. Dada and CC are already in the area. Easy is just going to be stunning him. But with Nunu being too fast, he's not going to be caught out. Abao is just using the sprint to get that cleave in. He is not going to be connecting most of those strikes just because the damage for that Malok is not going to be considerable. CC is going to be there. The Orb of Frost is going to be procced out. F1 might be taken out, but with the Orb of Frost, the ES is going to be able to outlive them on that clash, and that's a lot of resources again onto the side of BRU. They are going to be prolonging the league still at a 1K with Hong Kong Attitude trailing.
Yeah, they are training a little bit for now. And it's due to the fact that they don't have that enough damage yet. They're not enabled for the moment. We don't see Shaolin dealing a lot of damage. We don't see the huge amount of poke coming in from Easy just yet. It's not their time. They should be avoiding team fights for now because BRU is always gonna get the upper hand, and we do see it happen consistently already. Now Abao, after that slash, he is gonna popping that ulti to just disengage, and again, no engage tool for Hong Kong Attitude. They have to give this Holy Dragon away. Slowly but surely, BRU are sneaking these objectives to help them scale up and also delay the scaling of Hong Kong Attitude. But with this Dark Stayer secured, with the help of CC onto the side lane, they will be able to take it down. Not without a trade onto the bot side tier 1. So they're gonna answer with a tower of their own onto top. Probably even 2, as a double trouble has been used to try and initiate for the other members of BRU, while that push is continuously happening onto the bot side. Difoxen deals a bit of damage onto Abao, but with the numbers disadvantage, they should be fleeing as of the moment. KSSA might actually get caught. Abao trying to sprint. Here comes the entry by Dada, and they take down the Alice. Now Difoxen going on a 1 versus 3. He's gonna get taken down as well. That is 2-0. Make that a 2 versus 1. 2 for 1 because Overfly has taken out CC in the mid lane after that dive. And they're gonna be spawning up this Infinite Slayer in the mid to try and take this tower down. Up their gold. And now, everything's even. Hong Kong Attitude with a few team fights, small skirmishes that are in their favor, have finally caught up onto BRU.
Yup, MBRU is now the one trailing just because of that double kill. BRU actually needs to Foxen to actually accrue more gold to actually sustain them in the late game, because the damage coming in from Nunu and F1 is going to be considerable, but it is not going to be enough to take down that Omen. And with the others on the backside, of course, not letting an easy kill on their comrades of HKA, they need the Foxen to actually pop off in this game, and it is going to be F1, Nunu, and most of the members of BRU here onto the mid lane, and they are dealing a lot of PLs onto CC and Abao. We are actually in the point wherein we're going to see some of the damage already translating to their items, with Delaville already having the Clave Sanctity and Slick Sting. Maybe a Muramasa is already in the works for the Foxen. While on to Shaolin, he already has a Rack Breaker, maybe an Omni Arms, and definitely a Clave Sanctity.
And we're seeing BRU grouping up constantly, just like in the early game, trying to force this retaliation coming in from Hong Kong Attitude. CC trying to split push, but due to the fact that Overfly has a decent amount of wave clear, he's being stopped for the moment. Trying to avoid the Superman, but also Hong Kong Attitude needs to be really careful because of the double trouble initiation for the side of BRU. If that hits anyone, that could spell out disaster here for Hong Kong Attitude. But they do take a bit of damage here onto KSSA with that engaged Dada as well. It's really confident, trying to get in. And now they commit onto this team fight, but Overfly with a nice flank, zoning the other members away. So that turns into a disaster. That double trouble even connects. No escape for Easy. 4 members dead on the side of Hong Kong Attitude. And BRU now looks to push mid.
Yep, and that is going to be Dada entering the fray. Here's a fit being used, and the Foxen doing a lot of damage. That's going to be a proc down on the passive, but with Overfly here onto the top lane, going in for the push. Maybe if we get one tier 3, they are going to have the better late game, because that's a lot of kills and a lot of objectives that they have secured. CC already gets that dead timer in. The golems are being secured, and the double trouble is gonna get a hit on Dada. He might be in danger, but that is still BRU being late to the party, but a nice attempt. But we're gonna see Overfly missing out those pushes. Is he gonna be able to secure Dada here? He might be taking out one more, and that's still a disengagement. And with KSSA being taken out, they need to back out.
Yeah, it's a simple trade, you know, a simple punish onto KSSA trying to help out his teammates, but unfortunately the other members of Hong Kong Attitude are also there, so the rest of the members of BRU just focus onto the Holy Dragon, so at least they'll get something out of that situation. Now with a 4v5, Hong Kong Attitude looks to secure this Infinite Slater, help them be able to push into a lane, and also avoid getting pushed onto their base as well, denying that push capability from BRU. And I want to talk about a while ago, you know, them engaging in the mid lane that turned into a disastrous result for Hong Kong Attitude. It can actually work, but they shouldn't actually try to chase down BRU, because they have to remember, crowd control is really high on the side of BRU, and if Overfly gets a good position for that speeding bullet and also the amount of crowd control that they do have, it's going to be spelling out disaster for Hong Kong Attitude. And we already had a sneak peek on that in the mid lane. Now BRU is trying to engage. Double Trouble did not connect onto anyone. With Dada and CC on the side lanes, they're not going to be committing onto anyone. But all right now, CC is getting chased. Superman is also here. That's going to be really difficult to escape from, as the crowd control is really insane. The cavalry is here on the side of Hong Kong Attitude, but this is a questionable response by them, as that will be 2 kills picked up here by BRU. A trade into the mid lane with the Infinite Slayer spawned here, but they're not going to be getting a tower out of this, because Hong Kong Attitude is just getting pushed onto the top, and Dada has to flee due to the fact that BRU is having this high response rate onto these kinds of pushes. No tower's going to get taken down. Still a 2,000 gold lead by BRU. Not that much high as of the moment. Hong Kong Attitude can still catch up.
Yep, and now we're gonna see Buriram United actually being deterred on that push just because of that Infinite Slayer onto the middle lane. That is gonna be a nice strategy for HKA, with Dada being able to actually get the waves on the bot lane. But the Dark Lord Slayer is going to be started, and CC gets bursted out again. Look at the damage coming in from the backside. Wow, is not even going to be able to last. And without those front lines, how can they actually perform? Buriram United is now here in the middle lane with a 3 versus 5. Let's see what's gonna happen is, if it is gonna be used for that slow easy, goes in with also the transformation to the human form. KSSA is gonna be using that disrupt, getting a lot more of the time to get that tier 3 turret. And with Overfly in the area, are they gonna be able to take that? Dada uses a drone drop, but he is gonna be taken out. He still has a Blade of Eternity. He is going to fall down. The Foxen goes in and tries to kill Shaolin. He is going to be left here onto their base. CC is going to be respawning there, but the Nexus block is already there. Buriram United takes game number 1.
A strong start translated into a strong finish. That is how BRU, they like to go on to sprints. And they make sure that it works, because they know the risk. They know the effects of having to pick up many meta heroes, and we saw them being a little or maybe even more efficient, especially in their decision making all throughout this game number 1 compared to Hong Kong Attitude, in which we saw multiple scenarios where in Hong Kong Attitude tried to force team fights and also tried to respond, but not really that much worth it, since they don't reach their power spike just yet. They have to be really patient in where they would really be strong, and because of those instances, many instances even, BRU just continues to punish them, despite Hong Kong Attitude being able to match the gold already of BRU after just one disastrous team fight wherein they secured 1 kill in exchange for 4 members in the mid lane. BRU just never let go of their lead, and Hong Kong Attitude continued to kind of scramble in the small skirmishes that happened later on. And due to the fact that BRU is just too strong with this draft and Hong Kong Attitude a little too scattered, all the team fights just turned out in favor of BRU and they just went for the Nexus block later on.
Yep, and you can see in the highlights on how efficient they were with a lot of the sets and also the stuns coming in from Nunu. It was just time was just ticking here, because most of the time if CC and also Abao is not going to be able to sustain the clash for Hong Kong Attitude, most of the time there is no opportunity for the other members of AKA like Shaolin, Easy, and Dada to actually play out their damage, and that is one of the reasons why they actually lost this game. Foxen right now, you can see in the highlights that he was very well online, being able to peel anyone in the front, and as long as he gets those free looks, he is going to be a menace to HKA, and that's what happened in game number 1.
Game number 1, strong start already by BRU. It's not impossible for them to keep up this momentum, because that is how they operate already in their previous series, even against one team, Valencia Esports, and even some of the cases against DTAC Talon. So Hong Kong Attitude, they know right now what it takes to face BRU, and if they actually want to get a revenge series once again against V Gaming, they have to improve, they have to fix up their mistakes, because there were a lot during that game, honestly, especially in their responses and also in their approach against BRU. Having a late game scaling composition should, if you have a late game scaling composition, you shouldn't try to contest, an early game composition like BRU's, because if you force out team fights just like that, we already know the result. It's gonna be disastrous, and if you won't be that much creative in engaging onto that kind of team fight based composition, you're just gonna get scrambled, you're just gonna get distracted by the Superman, especially with the speeding bullet that we saw in the mid lane a while ago when they lost 4 members due to the fact that they got scattered as well. So they have to, if they would like to go in on that kind of draft again, they should approach it as a team, be a little bit more meticulous in their team fighting, and also strategize well and execute it as well. There might be a bit of miscommunication on their end, trying to just play it out and help their teammates, but also if you take into consideration the risk of helping out your teammate with comparing it to just letting them die in some instances because they can't be saved anymore, collapsing sometimes can be a little more disastrous than just letting that kill happen.
Yeah, and most of the time, the lineup that we saw coming in from HKA was just too lackluster. CC alone cannot actually, get, and even with the damage reduction, survive the peels and also the damage coming in from the backline. You have the Tulen and you have Ilaville on the backside. You can't expect that the Omen is going to be able to survive, and about using the shock is going to take some channeling time, and even before he's going to be able to use the shock, CC is already out of the count, already dead, and when Abao uses the shock, he's just going to be positioning himself in a very perilous situation, just because he's going to be surrounded by the Tulen and also the Foxen's Laville again. And every time that happens, it is mostly what we're seeing on the sequence of events. After CC dies, Abao dies. Then after Abao dies, there's not much that Shaolin, Easy, and Dada can do, because without those tanks to actually sustain the damage for them, the clash is just gonna be into the favor of BRU.
Yeah, and also we kind of understand the Malok pick, but because sometimes it works, but apparently during that game it really didn't. We saw Abao becoming a victim of a first blood early on after getting his health chunked down to half. We didn't even see a good initiation coming in from him. Mostly he uses ultimate to disengage, and then for some reason Hong Kong Attitude then re-engages without an ultimate already by the Malok. So maybe pick up a different hero. I mean, yeah, it would be better if they picked up a different hero in that kind of scenario. Maybe something that would encourage engages from the side of BRU. Maybe a Mina or maybe the Grak might have even been a little bit better because of the ulti of that particular hero, but definitely not the Malok in that sense. So let's see if they would be able to catch up or tie the scoreline in the second game against BRU, as the positions remain the same. BRU is still going to be on the blue side. Hong Kong Attitude remains on the red side, and we're going to be seeing the first round in this global bans. A lot of meta heroes already picked up by BRU, but kind of same goes on the side of Hong Kong Attitude, particularly on the Violet, the Liliana, the Kriknak, and the Omen. So those heroes can no longer be picked in the next games.
Yep, and we do apologize for not being able to show you guys what is the scoreboard on last game number 1. But just to give you a recap on who's the MVP, of course it's gonna be F1 from game number 1. Using that Sullen, he had a 93.3% KP, 618 KDA, 75k damage dealt, and of course the MVP points is 12.6. He already has his 8th MVP on the AIC 2021. And
and talking about this game number 2, a lot of resources expended already on the hero department. Hong Kong Attitude still having this disadvantage with regards to the banning of the Aya and first pick advantage here on the BRU. Still prioritizing this ban in the second game on the high damage heroes. Talon taken away along with the Kafeni. Hong Kong Attitude no longer has those choices since they have already picked up the Violet a while ago. Maybe they can pick up something like a Slims or a Wiz that we did see with a strong performance on the side of Dita Talon and also BRU. So maybe that's something that they could be considering as the pick and bans go on. Richter has been taken already here by BRU, which has a lot of tankiness, of course, on his side. Good initiation, and also the rotations is good on this particular hero. So they're gonna be maintaining a high map overall global presence on the side of Hong Kong Attitude to try and disable them, especially in the early game, knowing for the fact that they like ending things early. They like closing the game early when they actually can. And this has been the huge improvement of BRU being able to actually close out their game well. So Hong Kong Attitude, if they want to drop in the curse once again on the side of BRU, they have to properly execute their scaling. Because right now they're building on damage, especially on team fight. Lorian, Hayate picked up already, so lots of damage coming in from them, but they need sustainable and also high synergy tanks to back them up.
And Buriram United right now has the Victor to actually initiate for them. And we're already having an inkling on the composition that they want. They are going for a tower dive composition. And if they add Irie to the mix, their late game is going to be scary. But they are now hovering actually onto an Ellender instead, who so far in the AIC playoffs have been underperforming. Those that actually pick up the Ellender results to a loss most of the time. It's still a 50-50% win rate for that hero. But on HKA, they have a lot of AoE sets. They have that Hayate, they have that Lorian, and if you add another to the mix, that could probably help and hold down heroes. They are going to be completing their first 3 picks with a strong first half on the draft. BRU has a lot of pokes on the Liliana. Ellender is going to be sustainable damage, but still it is something that can be a double-edged sword. you can deal a lot of damage, but he is going to be very, very squishy, especially in the early game. If you are able to target that Elender, he's going to have a hard time to scale into the late game.
Yeah, because he definitely deals a lot of damage in the late game, but the early game can be a problem. So Hong Kong Attitude securing the AOE should give them not only a huge amount of rotation in their kit, but also that backline access to try and assassinate not only the Elender but also the Liliana on the side of BRU. But they don't have that much frontline just yet. I'm thinking of something like either a Mina or maybe the usual Wonder Woman, in a sense of Hong Kong Attitude, that we saw a strong performance on the side of BRU in game number 1. They are going to be banning out the Omen in the second banning phase. BRU naturally would like to remove some of the strong front lines. Mina already being removed in this, since they know that it can spell out disaster for them, especially because of the Dark Dominion and the hook on this particular hero. So choices lessened on the side of Hong Kong Attitude. They are also going to be removing that hostage-taking hero with the Agnes Grip of the Roxy. Superman is a definite good ban on the side of BRU because of the amount of pressure that it can actually deal. And also they have picked up it already, so they wouldn't have to think about it giving about it being given to the side of Hong Kong Attitude, as they are going to be deciding which fourth pick they are going to be taking. Senil is not so bad, especially when the AOE engages, or maybe even the Lorian. That backup with the ulti, of course, is going to be helpful with regards to piling onto the Elendor and also the Liliana.
Yep, and so far with the pick again from HKA, they are gonna be putting in the Senyo to maybe use Angelic Splendor to help out the Awoy on their composition, because this kind of composition is mostly for dives. Awoy, Lorian, and Hayate, all of their skill sets need to be up close and personal. So maybe adding the Angelic Splendor from that Senyo is going to be helping them sustain the clashes that's going to happen. But BRU is now hovering on another marksman, and it is going to be one of the strongest marksmen in the mid game, the Joker, who can burst down literally anyone as long as he's going to be able to get 2 damage items to himself. And with the Tachi being over there on the 10-second mark, I think we're already going to see a lock-in here onto Buriram United's composition. In terms of the compositions that they have, I don't know if it is going to be able to synergize well, just because we know that if you want Richter, it is a good initiator. Maybe a good disruptor as well, because he can go into the back line with his Juggle Strike, which gets refreshed on the first hit. And HKA, if they do finish with the Irie, this is going to be a very, very scary late game composition for HKA.
And also, you know, backline access. That's what Hong Kong Attitude wants, especially in this game, since 3 relatively targetable heroes are on the side of BRU: the Elendor, the Joker, and the Liliana. 3 squishy ones that, if they are going to be able to remove the other 2 front lines, can have a struggle in the team fight, especially that if they are going to be building tank items. So Hong Kong Attitude having a really balanced composition. BRU definitely looking to play a little bit safe in the early game, maybe go in for small skirmishes, and also having to maybe do a better execution of the composition that Hong Kong Attitude had during game number 1, because they would definitely be in the underhand when it is regards to the team fight, due to the amount of pressure established here by the draft of Hong Kong Attitude alone. The engage is phenomenal, the damage is insane, and also the late game scaling is definitely scary. BRU has to be the creative one in the approach here in this game number 2. Maybe if they could squeeze out some small skirmishes, some ganks here on the side of Hong Kong Attitude, just like game number 1, wherein they shut down Easy and Shaolin. They could have the upper hand again and maintain a relatively okay gold lead. But that's just in theory. Let's see what is going to be the output here in this game number 2 between BRU and Hong Kong Attitude, as a double marksman composition challenges a team fight based composition of HKA.
Yep, there's going to be a lot of AoEs, a lot of pickup potential as well. And HKA is looking hard in the late game. But in terms of the early game, we're still going to be pining for BRU, who has that advantage with the kind of picks that they have. The Ellender is going to be scaling well if he's not going to be taken out. But we have an away here onto the side of HKA, so it is still going to be anyone's game. And the game is now going to be starting with BRU on the blue side. On the red side, it's going to be HKA. BRU needs to actually stop the entry of HKA in most of the situation. So KSSA and also Overfly is going to be one of the keys to actually help them go in hot in most of the clashes. Overfly is going in for an invade. The jungle strike is going to miss though. He is going to be disengaging, but he does deal some damage onto CC, and Nunu stuns Easy at that point. But the damage potential of that Lorian is just too much.
Yeah, and in this early game, we can see that BRU might actually try to be extra aggressive with their, especially with the pokes that they do have and the amount of rotation later on by Overfly. Let's see if they would be able to actually shut down Easy and Shaolin in the early game once again, as we do see rotations coming in from BRU onto the top side, trying to secure the Spirit Sentinel just like during game number 1. And Abao again is taking a bit of damage, but this time that's going to be 4 members of Hong Kong Attitude trying to contest the Spirit Sentinel, and they would be able to zone out BRU, forcing that reset on the Spirit Sentinel. Abao chunked down to half again. This is not a bit of a good sign coming in from Hong Kong Attitude, but they will be able to zone out BRU in a sense. F1 goes in, but he forgets that Dada is just beside him. So it's chunked down to half, but it's just a small jab thrown by each other in this contesting of the Spirit Sentinel. And since no one is getting it for the moment, Hong Kong Attitude ditches this particular objective. They said screw it, we're just gonna be taking this Abyssal Dragon for the meantime, as Overfly is also here, but he's being stopped by CC to kind of give the opportunity here for Dada, while BRU is gonna be securing this Dark Slayer.
Yep, that's going to be a great on objective. The Sentinel and the Dark Slayer being secured here by Buriram United. It is going to be equalizing the goal that we're going to see here. And there is going to be a rotation here with Shaolin and CC actually joining hands here in the bot lane. So maybe there is going to be a change lane for the side of HKA. But, you know, it is still going to be Shaolin actually just rotating here onto the mid lane, because Lorian has been relegated to the top lane to actually compete with the Joker. But Nunu also shifted this lane here at the top and tries to go for the engagements. Abao is going to be trying to get that shield burst to the face of Nunu, but Nunu already has predicted what kind of play Abao is going to be doing. The Foxen is winning the trades against CC at this moment, and the Richter was able to see Easy, who was just entering casually into that brush. And in terms of having the Richter, that is going to be a threat all throughout the game if you're going to see Overfly actually missing in the map.
Yeah, and you know, BRU still being really proactive in this game, especially against this teamfight based composition. Well, they do know that Hong Kong Attitude has to scale for the meantime. They have to group up when they actually go into BRU, so they're trying to scatter them and approach them one at a time. But Dada is almost gonna get that assassination onto Nunu. Overfly gets piled on here after that 360 swing by Dada, and now they are gonna be disengaging for the meantime. A dive comes through onto the top about constantly getting his health chunked down to half, but no first blood for the moment. BRU is still relatively playing this out safe. Same goes for Hong Kong Attitude. I think the team fight we're in, it's gonna be messy. It's going to happen in the next few minutes after the second objective spawns once again. Especially that we're seeing Overfly starting to rotate around the map. Same goes for Nunu. They're kind of looking for ways to target the Hong Kong Attitude, especially for the isolated targets. CC is gonna be engaged here a little bit, but he is relatively tanky, so he won't take that much damage in his health as Hong Kong Attitude groups up here in the mid lane, maybe to target the Abyssal Dragon later on, but they are gonna be clashing towards BRU. It is a 2 versus 3 for the meantime, but BRU doing a really good job disengaging. They know their strength, they know when to go in and out, and they are deciding to just prioritize on the tower for now, but due to the fact that they are a little bit overextended, they might actually get the dive upon. Nice orb here by Difoxin, avoiding the death of that ulti from Dada. And now we're seeing a split push by Nunu onto the top side, a push by F1 in the mid, while they are kind of distracting Hong Kong Attitude here into the bottom side. No take on objectives for the moment. They are just gauging each other in this 6-minute mark. And a tower even got secured here by F1 onto the top. Hong Kong Attitude slipping out on these small cases. And this is where BRU strives. Getting opportunities across the map, even if it's just small wins, it's still a win. Now Dada goes in on the Overfly. He's relatively tanky, so good disengage here by BRU once again.
Yes, that was a very, very well-timed parry coming in from Overfly. And most of the time, we're going to see them actually being able to distract the members of HKA. But with the orb already gone from the Joker, they actually need to play it as safe as they get. Easy, when he is in the zone, is going to be able to take out that Joker for sure, who is going to be very, very squishy on terms of receiving those magical damage. And still, we're seeing a lot of rotations, a lot of shifts onto the map on who is going to be onto the lane. Defoxin always on the bot lane. Sometimes when he spots out his enemies, he's just going to be shifting to the middle lane and going into the top lane. And this has been a lot of rotations for both of the sides. And that's a Mark of the Hunter being procced out with the Juggle Strike. Dada is in the area, but we all know that CC still has the dashes and the Ryu to actually pile up his dashes and be able to actually just exit safely, unless it is going to be a 3-man ambush coming in from Buriram United, where he is going to be falling down for sure.
Yeah, and well, 7 minutes, no kills just yet here for both teams. They have been playing really aggressively, but in a controlled manner, not allowing risk to be punished here by the other team, as a dive comes through here by KSSA, just baiting out some flickers here on the side of Hong Kong Attitude, but they will hold their trigger onto that spell. So now in the bottom lane, Overfly just clearing out the wave, trying to push and force some rotations here on the side of Hong Kong Attitude, while the rest of the members do that as well. On the other lanes, we're constantly seeing Nunu, F1, Overfly making these rotations, while Difoxin and KSSA are just playing it out safe, grouping up together as well, trying to get some vision onto the members of Hong Kong Attitude. So now at this state of the game, 8 minutes, on the objective scoreline, it's still a little bit in favor of BRU as they do start this Holy Dragon. Dada is away, so this can be taken here by BRU, but not without a contest here from Hong Kong Attitude, as a Bao, CC, and also Shaolin are trying to do some damage onto them. And speaking of damage, Overfly is jumped down to 1/4 of his health, so he has to recall back to his base, and this can be a proper timing now for Hong Kong Attitude to start something, maybe a team fight, maybe just go back to farming out in their lanes. But they can also start an objective right now, just like a Holy Dragon. But due to the fact that KSSA and the other members are pressuring Hong Kong Attitude, they are going to be disengaging for the moment. Not without a kill there by Dada onto the top side. Now they're onto the bottom. CC might actually get died upon here by KSSA. He is relatively tanky, is going to be left here by KSSA because his teammates are already close by. And that first blood happened at the 9-minute mark. Kind of long for it to happen, but finally it did. And now Hong Kong Attitude will secure their first tower in this game.
Yep, that is going to be putting some lead and pressure onto the side of HKA. And with them having secured that first turret, the first blood, it is going to be a good sign for them going forward. But on the top lane, we're going to see F1 and also Dada in the area being able to take down that Elender. And this is what I'm afraid of. Elender is a good hero if he has the protection. But the problem here is if he doesn't have anyone that can actually accompany him, he is just going to be a liability to most of the assassins that we're seeing from HKA. And to give you guys a fun fact, we're only seeing a 38% win rate on the Elender so far in the AIC. He's been picked up 31 times already and only has a 38% win rate. So you already have an inkling on how easy to counter that Elender pick is. But we're seeing the Holy Dragon being started out here by Hong Kong Attitude. Defoxin is going to lock in onto a bow. Is he going to be able to get that kill? The answer is going to be no. And the killing joke is going to be used on the bush to maybe check if there is going to be a stack actually being added if someone is actually hanging back into the brushes. And that's the Ryu being used by CC, not getting a hit. But KSSA almost falls down, uses the Cliff Breaker to disengage. Holy Dragon again is going to be into the sights of HKA.
Yeah, and 2 kills, but not a significant lead with regards to the gold. Now they're finally taking objectives, but not without a trade here by BRU. And not without a team fight happening. Hong Kong Attitude trying to engage here onto the side of BRU, but with relatively low HP bars on both Dara and Abao, they will be leaving the fight for the meantime. CC with a nice split push onto the bottom lane, nearly picks up that tower actually. Now he's gonna get flanked here by Nunu. Can he actually escape? The answer is yes. And with a sliver of health remaining, he managed to do so. There is also a split push onto the top side here by Shaolin. Dada engaging onto 3. Kind of a questionable play here. Is definitely gonna be taken down. A bow actually enters. Easy is also here, but it's kind of a messy team fight that Hong Kong Attitude is starting. And because of that, there is Infinite Flare spawned up as well. CC overextending a little bit, but he is relatively confident and healthy. So they will be able to zone out BRU away from this bottom lane to try and take down this Slayer pushing. In the mid lane, we do see some pushes coming in from Shaolin and also Abao, but they will respect the rotations coming in here from BRU. Slowly getting back in this game. BRU is maintaining their rotation, maintaining themselves grouped up so that they can actually charge here onto the members of Hong Kong Attitude. But they have to keep worry. They have the same weakness of Hong Kong Attitude in game number 1. Split push is imminent on the side of HKA, and we do see it happening from Dada and CC onto the side lanes, even with Shaolin into the top. And now as BRU are kind of overextended, we see the grapple being used here by Dada, but he is gonna be disengaging since he knows that there are 3 people diving onto him. Foxin is getting dived under his tower. Can he actually go in with the outplay? The answer is yes! And, well, at least CC got the tower, so they got gold from it, but unfortunately, he won't get a kill here onto Foxin. Really nice timing on the skills and also the kiting capability of Foxin in that scenario.
Yep. Well, in terms of the trade, that is going to be a tower which will not regenerate. And we're still going to see CC back here. Overfly uses the Mark of the Hunter, but Easy in the area deals a lot of substantial damage, forcing a retreat onto the side of BRU. They're not going to be competing yet. Abao almost gets cancelled on that recall, but that's going to be a nice attempt for BRU. But so far, with the gold lead actually in the side of HKA, not that substantial. That's just a 500 gold advantage. And it is an advantage that is not going to be clearly felt in terms of the itemizations and also the item builds of BRU and HKA. They are now engaging, and most of the time CC is actually using the Ryu for the extra dashes instead of using it for initiation. So the crowd control on the side of HKA are actually lacking right now. They need to wait for the Starry Sky and for the Gust to actually get the hit. And KSSA might be there using that Moon Piercer. Or is he going to be getting that kill? CC is going to be forced to use that Flicker. Easy as well might be taken out, and still a lot of the years there with the Cat Laughter. About is going to use a Gel Splendor, but Defox's damage is just too much. About as well, it's going to be taken even with the Disrupt. It is going to be 2 Disrupts being used there, so it is still going to be into the side of BRU. They take that tower and they take a double kill.
That is a fantastic team fight execution coming in from BRU, and now because of that they are going to be taking this Dark Lord Slayer. The timing is perfect here for BRU. Now they are 2k gold up, 2.5 almost in this scenario wherein they are taking the Dark Lord Slayer, but there is a push onto the bot lane. Not really going to be taking much an effect because Overfly is there to just clear out the wave, and now this is going to be a high pressure situation. CC and Shaolin are getting collapsed, sandwich here onto the bot side. No collapse coming in from Hong Kong Attitude. They're just fleeing for the moment, but F1 is going to be a bit overextended. Hesitations come on the side of BRU, and now because of that, Hong Kong Attitude, Shaolin, and Dara are going to be able to disengage successfully. And in this scenario, you know, they do have the Dark Lord Slayer pushing into the mid lane, so it's not much of a problem here. Although it would have been a perfect opportunity for BRU to have taken those 2 kills. Now they're still relatively confident. They are pushing into the mid lane. There's a wave crashing onto the bot lane as well, guided here by Daifoxin. And now with the double marksman composition and with a huge poke here from Nunu, maybe they can actually force that disengage on Hong Kong Attitude and also take down this turret, but it is still relatively healthy. There's a flank coming in from Dara and also an engage by CC. They have to keep watch on the ulti here by Abao because that can actually close the distance on the members of BRU. And with the Dark Lord Slayer taken down, not much push capability already on the side of BRU. There's also a dive once again here by CC. He is relatively confident in this scenario, but maybe he should respect the damage here from Nunu as they actually take this inhibitor tower down in the mid. They are going to be disengaging. There also is a wave on the bottom lane, so they can transfer their energy and their efforts there. But since they realize, okay, the camps have reset, maybe we can just back off and take the gold for now so that we have a better, you know, amount of damage in the next team fight.
Yep, and there's going to be the wave clear management coming in from Buriram United. They are now in the cusp of getting all of the other turrets. The only other turrets left are going to be on the top lane of HKA. And with a gaping hole in the middle lane, they are actually restricting the movements of Hong Kong Attitude. Because if Hong Kong Attitude cannot secure a kill, they are going to have a lot of hard time to actually get the defense here in the bot lane and the top lane. So that is going to be a crucial lane for them because we've seen a lot of backdoors already happen. And Overfly almost falls down, but with the mobility on that Richter, it is going to be hard to actually execute. And that's the Ryu not getting a hit again. F1 gets taken out. The Blade of Eternity is still there, but he is going down hard with HKA on top of him.
Oh, and that is gonna be a pressurable situation for V5. Can BRU actually defend this mid lane? They do for the meantime, but Abao is in the bot lane. And also there's a split push being started here by Dada onto the bot side as well. So with this death timer starting to be a little high, BRU has to play this out safely since the damage is already scaling up on the side of Hong Kong Attitude. If they get the proper timing on the initiation, that could spell out disaster here for BRU. Abao is also lurking constantly. He is really confident due to the amount of shield that he has and the tankiness that he does have as well. And now we're seeing even Dada flanking here onto Overfly in KSSA, but not really the best target. They are going to be sneaking this mid lane tier 1 away to kind of up their gold. It's relatively even at 19 minutes into this game, so not much a problem here for BRU. At most, they have to be really careful in the pushes and also in the timings being made here by Hong Kong Attitude to try and engage onto them. But if they are going to be able to kite them, that is their kind of win condition here. They have to avoid the engage from Hong Kong Attitude while they dish out their damage because they have a lot coming in from F1, Nunu, and Difoxin. And if they are going to be avoiding the amount of crowd control and engage here from Hong Kong Attitude, we're going to be seeing HKA struggle even more. Because right now, they are splitting up. When they are split up, they're kind of in a vulnerable position as well. As the rotations are also high on the side of BRU. And if they kind of catch someone isolated, that can be their step to victory in this game.
Yep, and with HKA actually procting out their late game potential onto that Irie and of course the Hayate and DeLorean, they are going to be the one pressuring Buriram United right now, who is going to be very, very squishy onto their 3 double marksman comp and of course Nunu as well. That's going to be viable targets on their side. If they can lock in on maybe one of those heroes from Buriram, they can actually take the game to their advantage, and CC is going to be missing that, and that's another jungle strike. But there is going to be a counter here. The Metamorphosis being used by F1. Angelic Splendor is there, and still it is going to be F1 being caught out on that engagement. F1 does his best. The Kunai Blitz is there. He is going to be taken out by Easy, and Abao is going to be in the area as Nunu goes in with the flicker and stun. Dada might be taken out, but the Blade of Eternity is still going to be there, and CC just uses the guns to get that stun and knock up in. Dada right now, they are looking to have the better kind of initiation, with F1 always being taken out, and Elander right now is just gonna be a liability if he is gonna be standing into those free spots where he's gonna be just dived in by that Awoy.
Yeah, it's starting right now. Hong Kong Attitude having the advantage, but CC getting caught out. Abao as well. This can be the proper timing that BRU has been looking for, but they have to keep watch. The Dark Lord Slayer is being taken already here by Hong Kong Attitude, and they're going to be using it for the push. Overfly nearly gets into that Dark Lord Slayer camp, and it will be still taken here by Hong Kong Attitude. They're going to be using it in the mid lane to charge onto the base of BRU, since they haven't taken any damage on their inhibitor towers just yet. There is a prioritization onto this Dark Lord Slayer, so it's gonna be denied here from Hong Kong Attitude, as they have to wait once again a little bit with regards to being able to push onto the base here of BRU. They have been trying so hard already, split pushing onto the side lanes, pushing into the mid lane, trying to attract the attention here of BRU. But speaking of attention, Dada might actually get taken down here. He tries to go in with a mission impossible of an escape, and he is going to be successful in doing so. A bit of a demonstration on that escape run, as he is able to move on to the top lane to start the pressure once again. BRU still grouping up here in the mid lane with a split push of Nunu and F1 onto the side lanes. This is starting to be a really long game due to the fact that the stakes are high, but also, things are a little more complicated than it seems. Hong Kong Attitude win condition is a head-on team fight with a proper set, but also they are approaching this game with a split push because they don't want BRU to be grouped up as well. Because Buriram United Esports, they can win in a group top scenario if they are able to kite out the members of Hong Kong Attitude. Right now, CC is taking a bit of damage here by Overfly, and looking at the gold. BRU starting to have it a little in their favor, but at this point, the gold lead is kind of negligible because most of the members here of both teams already has a lot of items going on to item lock already. So in this game, it's all about the proper timing. It's all about the execution. It's all about the setups, and setups are gonna be really important here for Hong Kong Attitude because they're the ones who are gonna be engaging for sure.
Yep. And another engagement here with CC being caught out by Overfly, who is just always hovering into the brush. HKA is just going in for the wave clear. Maybe we're just waiting for the next Dark Lord Slayer to actually get out to the map, because that is going to be one of the objectives that's going to be changing the sides. Unless someone gets caught out here onto Buriram or maybe HKA. And that's going to be opening a signal that they can actually overturn the clash to their advantage. And so far, nothing much is going to happen. It's just that Buriram United and also HKA are trying to play it safe. And in this point, it is just about who is going to be the more aggressive or is going to be the more smarter team. Are they going to be able to bait out anyone, or are we going to see someone just waiting for the Dark Lord Slayer and then they go for a clash there? And usually the people who start the Dark Lord Slayer are the ones who are going to be at the disadvantage, just because we know how much of the damage the Dark Lord Slayer can actually deal in a short amount of time. And HKA, they don't have anyone that can actually peel that Dark Lord Slayer fast enough to actually steal it under the noses of Buriram. And for now, we're still seeing a long stalemate, actually.
Yep. It's basically a stalemate as of now. And that's why things have been... although it is active, not really a passive approach here by both teams, but they have been checking onto each other. This is like a game of chess right now. A game of chess wherein they move their pieces, they try to get a reaction from each other, but also they are waiting for a minor mistake, because even a minor mistake can be really crucial. And if they are going to be sizing the opportunity or seizing the opportunity in that small mistake, that can translate into a big win. And right now, in this scenario, BRU changing their approach. Now they are grouping up and also starting this Dark Lord Slayer, but they have to be really careful because, you know, Engage is the team here on the side of Hong Kong Attitude. If they try to start this Dark Lord Slayer, or if they commit onto this, they can get dived upon. And also the split push is still being maintained here by Dada this time and also CC. So they can't, if they want to commit actually onto this Dark Lord Slayer, they have to take it down pretty fast because the clock is gonna be ticking against their favor as Hong Kong Attitude just continues to pressure the members here of BRU. But with Shaolin taking a bit of damage from the small fight a while ago, he is gonna be resetting onto his HP. He has a second life with his item, so he is gonna be relatively safe when he actually dives onto the members of Hong Kong Attitude. And in this 27-minute game, this is gonna be one of the longest games that we have seen all throughout the AIC. Normally, we do see the games ending at before the 20-minute mark, but sometimes it reaches up to this point. This time, it shows no sign of the game ending due to the fact that both teams are playing it very, very safe. But BRU are being the ones starting these fights this time. It's no longer Hong Kong Attitude squeezing out the split pushes. They are looking to actually choke out the members of Hong Kong Attitude. Right now, they're spotting a Bao in the bot lane. Can they actually catch him out? He is very tanky, and if they are going to be overcommitting onto him, Hong Kong Attitude is going to be starting the Dark Lord Slayer once again.
Yep, and with some information that the Joker is actually in the bottom lane, they are now trying to secure all of the positions on this map. And going forward, Buriram United needs to play this as smart as they can. If they are not going to be able to take a kill, it is for sure someone is going to die. In case they say it is going to be one of the casualties into that area with the Kunai Blitz taking out the Blade of Eternity. Are they going to be able to defend here the top lane? The Disrupt is going to be used. And yes, that is going to be a deterrent where NHKA is not going to be able to take anything. But that is going to be some damage onto the side of Buriram, since one of their members loses the passive of that Blade of Eternity. CC is going in there, just throwing in the Gus. Overfly spots him out. He is receiving a lot of damage, and that's going to be substantial damage as well. And it is gonna be the Richter being taken out, but we are gonna see a backdoor for Buriram United. Is it gonna be enough? Let's see if it is. And it is gonna be, might be successful, but with the disrupt on side.
What?
They are the ones who are going in hot, getting the 3 members from Buriram United Esports. And
Okay, it's the same.
KSA is gonna be taken out for sure. There is no more chance for the members of Buriram to take this. With HKA wiping them out, it is them who are going to take game number 2.
That was insane. One more hit. Unfortunately, Overfly died quite early, and the damage simply wasn't enough. Hong Kong Attitude managed to reach onto their base. Looking at their reaction, they were shocked on that backdoor. They were scared because that was a crucial moment. That could have been 2-0 by BRU. But the fast recalls, the fast response there by Hong Kong Attitude, and them being able to pile in all the damage immediately onto the members of BRU and their base allowed them to save their Nexus Tower with 1 HP remaining. We almost couldn't even see the bar. I was waiting for the bar, the HP bar to be removed and then the screen going into for a victory of BRU. But no, they stick their ground and Hong Kong Attitude tied up the score this time.
Yep, and it was a very, very nice try. It's just that Overfly was, I don't know, I felt like if he let the opponents of HKA actually chase him down, it would have been a different story, but he was just staying in the brush, taking in all the damage onto that last play, and they were already able to feel that there is something wrong that is gonna happen onto their Nexus, and they were able to reach, and also with the disrupt on time, it was just them being able to clutch that. But that was a very, very crucial moment. If the disrupt was not used onto the last remaining vestiges of that Nexus, it would have been different.
Yeah, that was the best possible timing of the disrupt. The second it was removed or like timed out, it was already BRU's members dead. That was how crucial it was. 1 HP, 1 hit remaining, but no. It was still enough for Hong Kong Attitude to save their game and also take this win. Now with the scores tied, oh my, things are gonna get really, really messy. BRU almost knocked it out. BRU almost knocked it out. That was, I think if it was 5 members of BRU, or if KSSA managed to bait the members of Hong Kong Attitude, maybe they could have delayed the recalls, but unfortunately, Hong Kong Attitude was very responsive and also had a good amount of instincts that something was wrong.
Yep, they were able to spot out the members of BRU on time, and with some of the recalls already being procced out, I guess that is how BRU was going to fail. And even in the late game, they are going to have a lot of problems just because of the double marksman. And this was the best course of action that they could have thought of. It's just that Overfly as a distraction wasn't really the best kind of distraction that you can actually muster. Because it's so obvious. If you're not attempting to get out or probably escape, it means you are just a diversion. And that enabled HKA to just go in and go back to their base as early as possible.
Yeah. And well, and also, you know, KSSA tried to clear out the wave on top, which kind of was a miscommunication, I guess, on the side of BRU, because why would you try to clear a wave on the other lane when you are trying to end the game, you know? It could have been better if they went on a 2 versus 5 team fight against Hong Kong Attitude while the other 3 went in for the back door. That would have been definitely better. And if we check out the graph, it's a back and forth action game. And kind of mostly on the late game, BRU kind of had it in the economy.
Yep, and we're gonna see here the scoreboard for BRU and HKA. HKA actually took in the lead on the late game. They have the advantage in kills just because they got the 4 kills onto the last. But this is a very, very close fight. You're not gonna see one team just dominating. And even with the lead of BRU, it didn't matter. We are in the last vestiges of the late gamer, and everyone already has their items. And in terms of objectives, BRU are going to be losing out to the tower count. But in the Dragons and Slayers department, we can actually say that they are pretty equal. And yeah, BRU's last attempt was foiled with the clutch disrupt from Abao. So we can say that Abao actually saved game number 2 for HKA. And let's see what is going to be in store for us on game number 3, because game number 2 was very, very close, where both of the teams were not getting aggressive looks on any kind of contest. And the MVP for HKA is going to be easy on that Lorian with a perfect KDA and a KP 55.6%, 203 KDA, 167k damage dealt. Wall goal difference is 1,000. MVP points is 10.2. This is his 4th MVP of this tournament. And before we go to game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, we are just going for a very, very short break. So don't touch your browser. We'll be right back. My name is Vittorio. This is Kiang. This is the Arena of Valor International Championships 2021.
俺から逃げられるわけだ。お前を排除する。そのまま Justice One。諦めろ。俺から逃げられるわけだ。
Again towards his base as some fight breaks through in the mid lane. Moop actually is gonna get caught out. He won't be able to live anymore. iPad Pro tries to save the day, but
is getting the bulk of the damage from B Gaming. There's a tornado being propped out. Kwanga is in the area. The Clip Breaker is going to be used. The Dark Dominion as well. That's the Star Sky being propped out. Maris getting a lot of damage. Virgil B as well. Gets that Dragon Flame. And they are going to be taking some of the advantage against DTAC Talon. And that's Ember's Gate connecting to two of their members. Getting a double kill.
onto Bertleby. Now with the numbers advantage, they're looking to spread out towards the bot side here for Dada, but not without a fight here into the mid lane. Shaolin is gonna dive with Easy, but without the other members, you know, that's gonna be a bit of a mistake as Easy dies in the process. With a good execution here by V Gaming. Now they're opting to split push onto the side lane. Huang Hai is getting dived here by CC, but now as the backup comes through, can they actually get the kill? The outplay is going to be present by Huang Hai.
In any objectives for now. They are in the lead, and that is going to be a hook. And also a tornado being used. The orb is going to be blocked out. Mars is going to be able to get out of harm's way, and that is going to be the Death Embrace being used on Dada. Is he going to be able to take on Huang Hai? Actually misses out the drone drop, and that's resulting to Dada actually being able to get out. But with the double trouble coming in from Wang TD, it is going to be enough to get that kill. And look at the damage coming in from Wang TD and Marin. They are able.
Welcome back to the Arena Valor International Championships 2021. My name is Vittorio. With me is Giyang. We are now at game number 3 of the series of the day. This is the lower bracket finals between Hong Kong Attitude versus Buriram United Esports.
And well, the score is tied after that exciting backdoor base race that they did. BRU with an attempt to end the game suddenly for Hong Kong Attitude, but unfortunately a little bit of miscommunication and a little bit of maybe not the best approach on that backdoor resulted to their game loss instead. And I actually wanted to say a while ago, because MVP, you know, during that game a while ago was Nunu. So I also want to commend Abao a while ago because of his disrupt on saving their base, and that really was phenomenal on their part, being able to go back into their base, respond as fast as they can, and with 1 HP remaining on their Nexus, they managed to save the game. Now BRU, if they actually want to, well, if they want to approach the game in that kind of manner, they have to commit all in. And we do know that BRU likes to go all in on team fights and also on their games. they already have patched up their hesitation side, so it was kind of surprising them being a little bit scattered during that attempt on the back door. So maybe in this game they could patch that up. Maybe they can pull off another strategy just like it when it is given a chance once again. But Hong Kong Attitude, I don't think that they would allow that kind of thing to happen once again, especially after their reaction after that game. They definitely were shocked as well, and they're really happy to have been able to successfully defend their base and take away a win from BRU. And if we look at the global picks and bans right now, a lot of meta heroes already expended, but we're seeing lots of options still available for both teams. Superman still available on the side of Hong Kong Attitude. We haven't seen a prioritization on the Elsu just yet for both teams, so that can be the next step here in this game number 3.
Yep, and we're in game number 3's draft. Let's see what are they gonna be showing us. BRU so far, that was gonna be a nice attempt, but at the end of the day, it's HKA who got the win in game number 2. So they need to bounce back here in game number 3 if they want to have actually a chance to actually defeat HKA. We all know HKA is a team that once they gain the momentum, they're not gonna be letting it off. And BRU so far is a team that actually starts the series with a strong note. So this is gonna be contrasting teams: HKA with their consistency and BRU with their strong starts. And so far, BRU has been improving so far here in the AIC 2021. They've shown us a lot of improvements coming in from the group stages, and as well as HKA. They've been learning from all of their defeats. And when you learn, you are actually going to show a different kind of strategy, because you're going to be able to adapt in certain situations, especially in the meta that we're seeing right now, where damage is actually king. We're seeing a lot of high picks that actually revolves around the damage that they can deal in a short amount of time. And we're gonna see a Crixie first pick on Buriram United, while on the side of HKA, they're going in for a lot of bursts onto that Joker and also the Raz.
I'm wondering what other heroes BRU are gonna be pairing this Crixie with. Are they going with their standard engage composition with the Hayate and the Senil, or are they gonna be going on the draft that they used against the Talon with the Mina? I think they're gonna be changing it up a bit. They're gonna be trying to adapt the composition of the Talon, having that Agnes grip with the Roxy, the -1 hostage taking with this particular hero, and also putting in the Hayate. So it's really an adaptation shown here by Buriram United Esports to try and get this game number 3 into their win. But Hong Kong Attitude, they still have a lot of options in their hand. They can actually go in with their front line to try and allow them to avoid most of the setups here of BRU. They already have picked up their mage and their marksman, but there is also a chance that Hong Kong Attitude might go for a double marksman, although it's normally not the approach here of Hong Kong Attitude. They usually just go in with a single marksman. So they are going to be hovering the Tachi for now. It can be locked in already as well, since it is a stable pick.
Yep, and now with the first 3 picks of Buriram United, it is mostly on the initiations of that Roxy. If it is gonna be actually connecting to someone, they are gonna be able to burst them out with the shred damage of that Hayate, and of course the burst damage coming in from the Crixie. But in HKA, the mid-game advantage is definitely on them, especially on the ambush department, as long as they're gonna be able to utilize that Raz and also the Joker. And adding Tachi to the mix means that they have a sustainable frontliner for themselves, which can actually deter the pushes and also the entry of Buriram United. But he is going to be a viable target as well. If the Agnes Grip is going to be timed right, we're going to see the Tachi actually not being as effective because of the true damage coming in from that Hayate and of course the burst damage from the Kixi.
I'm really excited on what plays BRU are gonna be making with this improved lineup. Hong Kong Attitude are just getting a read here on the BRU, going with its standard stuff here on their composition. Nice amount of poke, nice amount of frontline access as well, with a decent amount of backline access later on, as they are gonna be having some choices later on after the second banning phase. They have removed the Elendor. Rector can just be taken away here by BRU already. Florentino and the Irie taken away by Hong Kong Attitude, and now with the fourth pick available for Hong Kong Attitude, they have a lot of choices with regards to their front lines. They even haven't picked up something like a possible is a Florentino a good pick here on their side if they want to actually have that good side lane control, because BRU are going to be looking to group up in these scenarios. It's going to be a similar approach on their game number 1, but with a much more improved team fighting capability.
I actually don't know why they actually banned out that Florentino. One of the weaknesses of a Florentino is the burst damage. And if a Florentino gets bursted down in the opening minutes, I mean in the opening seconds of a clash, he usually is going to be falling off in effectivity, because he's mostly being pushed back in those kinds of engagements. And if Buriram United did pick up a Florentino, it would have been a difficult fight, since HKA has the burst damage on that Raz and the Joker. But maybe they don't want those kind of duels to actually be in the hands of Buriram United. But Buriram United actually is hovering onto Itaara and a Kira, which is going to be very, very curious on they're just going to go for full utility tanks instead of those tanks that can actually deal some kind of damage.
Yeah, and they have got a decent amount of side lane control as well. We do see the Taara actually being able to sustain so much. So with regards to split push, it is capable for BRU. Kira with a nice burst damage onto the backlines of Hong Kong Attitude later on. Wukong may not be the best pick. I am really not impressed so far with the results with a Wukong pick. So I'm not so sure if Hong Kong Attitude should pick this up, as you know, it's just that we don't see results, not at all. Maybe the Lindis. What are your thoughts about this? If they go in with a double marksman, this is rarely does Hong Kong Attitude go with a double marksman, and the Lindis is, well, not really the usual marksman we do see paired up with a Joker.
Well, for the Lindis, it is going to be a revamped Lindis, wherein he already has the dashes. Once he gets that stack in as well, there is going to be a lot of damage on the side of HKA. But the problem here is that if Lindis is going to be caught out, for example, defending a lane without any brushes, to actually help him speed up, he is mostly an open target. But even if he has a dash on his ultimate, it doesn't mean that it is going to be enough for her to escape. But she is going to be the jungler, so probably they're going to be pairing up maybe a bow and maybe speed up the process of the rotation of that Lindis. So the Kira cannot just punch in and try to take Lindis out in certain situations because of if a Bao is going to be in the area. And besides, even if he's going to be able to spot out the Lindis can actually deal a lot of damage when he is in the jungle.
Let's see. Interesting lineup here on the side of Hong Kong Attitude. We're seeing BRU having that stable composition so far here in this game. They have a lot of setup and approach for this game against Hong Kong Attitude. HKA is gonna be trying to scale up for sure, especially with the Lindis pick. They are just attempting to have a marksman that can shred out most of the frontline members of BRU, but that is gonna be on the late game. They have to play this out relatively safe in the early game, and we haven't seen them do it in game number 1. Game number 2, they definitely had the upper hand, but it was kind of just like a miraculous fight that they had during that backdoor fight. So in this game, let's see if they will actually be able to fully utilize this kind of composition, as Easy has a decent amount of poke here onto KSSA and Nunu with the help of a Bao, but it's a relatively safe start for both teams.
Yep, and it is going to be relatively safe because we all know that HKA has the damage already onto their side with the power surges and of course the killing joke of the Joker. This is going to be a mirror match wherein the Darkslayer laners are going to be facing off marksmen in their lane. So this might be somewhat difficult to actually execute for the Darkslayer laners. They need to play it as safe as it gets, clear the lanes, and use their body in most of the situation. But F1 is in the area. CC might be in danger. He is going to be in the midst of the members of Buriram United. But that is still no first blood being procced out here for Buriram United.
No first blood, but almost a kill already. And we're starting to see the pressure kind of start early in this game. Naturally, BRU wants to secure a fast first blood to snowball and start up the game pretty early. And Hong Kong Attitude, with the draft that they do have, they're going to be avoiding. Unless, you know, Easy picks up a really nice kill, as he is trying to get into a nice flank position while the rest of the members are starting this Abyssal Dragon. There is an attempt here, a dive onto F1 as he is going to be disengaging for the moment, but the collapse comes through here onto Shaolin. Really nice kill here by BRU as they take this Abyssal Dragon, but no! It's gonna be killed here by Dada, so they sneak up on objective nonetheless. Even if first blood is given here onto BRU, Easy is also relatively confident, going with a 2v1 against KSSA and Overfly. Not really the best target here, but he is gonna be able to disengage successfully. BRU having to collapse onto that Abyssal Dragon didn't really turn out the best for them. They can transition onto the Darkslayer, but I don't think it's gonna be 100% confidence on their side, given the fact that Easy has a lot of burst damage in those pokes, especially when he actually dived onto F1, allowing that short disruption made by Hong Kong Attitude. And this goal lead, this small goal lead that Hong Kong Attitude has made, is allowing them to have an equal ground on BRU's aggressiveness. And Easy later on, if he actually gets some kills, it's gonna be really disastrous on the side of BRU because he likes to go in. He likes to assassinate members of BRU, especially the isolated ones with this Raz pick, as they are gonna be trying to catch out KSSA. But a little bit of mistiming on that engage. Wrong target priority. As you know, Nunu, they are going to be able to disengage successfully as they go back to their lanes. F1 is getting shoved away from his members as they are trying to just clear out this wave on top. Foxen nearly gets blown up on here by Shaolin, especially with a killing joke, and now with a member of BRU kind of low, has to recall. This is going to be the best possible timing for Hong Kong Attitude to take another objective, this Dark Slayer. And scaling is becoming a good thing right now for HKA, taking all the objectives and avoiding some unnecessary team fights in this early game at 4.5 minutes. Looking at the gold, it is still relatively low on the side of Hong Kong Attitude's gold lead, but on a scaling composition, this is looking good for them. Abao is really confident going up front here on the KSSA, but of course, the sustain is really high on KSSA. It's not gonna die easily that well, but Agnes grip by Overfly, trying to kidnap someone, but no follow-up. That is a bit of a questionable play coming in from BRU. And we're seeing them a little bit scattered in this 5-minute mark. Hong Kong Attitude is going to be loving these harassments being made by BRU, but also the mistimings, as Shaolin also managed to disengage successfully, even with the disrupt being used by KSSA onto the tower. Now they are a bit overextended. Hong Kong Attitude grouping up towards this Abyssal Dragon with the recall coming on Nunu. That is going to be spelling out trouble for them. The Abyssal Dragon can actually be taken already by Hong Kong Attitude, but the jungler went on to clear out the mid for a while, so this is going to be a bit delayed on their hand. Dada still secures it. There's a gank onto top. Can the Joker actually escape? I don't think he will, but even with the Agnes grip being used onto him, the mistiming is starting to be a problem here for BRU, and those small windows of escape are definitely helping Hong Kong Attitude avoid some casualties. That's the moment. KSSA overextending again, but he is relatively tanky, especially with the ulti to heal himself back up. Daifoxen is just trying to scale. Looking at the gold comparison here of both Marksman, Easy, and Daifoxen, they are even as of the meantime. The gold funneling is kinda going on to their jungler for the meantime. Dada having the most gold in the team, comparing it to BRU. It is their jungler as well. A little bit even onto Daifoxen actually, as BRU just continues to look for picks around the map. But unfortunately, without the Agnes grip from Overfly, it's gonna be a challenge for them. And in the 2-3 scenarios where we've seen Overfly use the Agnes grip, it didn't really turn out into a kill yet. So they have to patch that up in their approach whenever they try to kidnap someone on the side of Hong Kong Attitude. Now as we see them just going back to their lanes, KSSA just continues to try and do some damage, has the ulti to sustain himself, and that's kind of the usual thing on a Taara. So we're seeing them kind of being squeezed here and forced to go on a passive approach in this game. Hong Kong Attitude increasing their goal lead slowly but surely, but Shaolin a bit overextended. He's gonna get caught here by the Kira, and right now KSSA is distracting the other members of Hong Kong Attitude as F1 looks to dive onto them as well. There is gonna be a disengage made here by Hong Kong Attitude as KSSA is just zoning them away from their tower.
Yes, and so far, that was a nice attempt by KSSA, but the problem here is that F1 was missing that Umbral Dreams. If he was able to actually connect his kill, that would have resulted to a kill for sure. As we know that Dada and Abao in that area is going to be squishy. And Overfly gets that Agnes grip to connect into the mid laner of HKA. Easy is going to be taken out, and another objective for Buriram United is going to be secured. And even with the kill advantage on the side of Buriram, it is going to be curious to see that the gold lead is actually onto the side of HKA.
Yeah, HKA are trying their best to scale up. That is a good thing by them, but they really have to avoid ganks. BRU are constantly looking for picks around the map all throughout, even in the past 2 games. That is kind of their win condition, choking out the members of Hong Kong Attitude and getting a sizable lead to be able to to force in more team fights and get objectives uncontested. But Easy, we haven't seen him assassinate anyone as of the moment, as most of the members of BRU are constantly grouping up. We're seeing them pile onto CC for now, but he is relatively tanky, even with a shuriken toss coming in here from Difox, and now with a little bit of an overextension orb used by both members. F1 managed to disengage. Kunai Blitz here by Difoxin is gonna be denied. Shaolin is gonna take the kill. They are able to soak in some of the damage there by the Kunai Blitz of Difoxin, and now with a 4v5 scenario, Hong Kong Attitude is just gonna get this Infinite Slayer.
Yep, HKA is gonna have a kill for themselves, and that is gonna be spiraling the control of the gold with a 1k gold lead on Hong Kong Attitude. And so far, HKA is doing great on terms of laning, although they did lose one objective like the tower in the bot lane. It doesn't really matter, because in terms of how they are playing, they have all of those gold advantages. In case it's gonna be stuck with the stun and also the silence coming in from above. And Buriram United now is the one facing the brunt of all of the rotations coming in from Hong Kong Attitude.
They kind of forgot mid-game power spike is online here for Hong Kong Attitude. Their damage is starting to get a little bit higher than usual, as Difoxin is gonna get a dive here into the top lane. He has no escape for sure. He has Easy even invested the flicker to close the distance, but not without a trade here into the bottom lane. Dada is gonna get killed here by F1 with the help of Nunu, as the Infinite Slayer is spawned here in the mid lane to try and take this tier 1 tower. We're also seeing Hong Kong Attitude collapse here into the bottom lane. If they catch out Nunu, that's gonna spell out trouble for him, and CC does see him. He goes in with the ulti, trying to dish out some damage. Dada is the one who will get that kill, because he has the damage, of course. And now with the Infinite Slayer still alive and relatively healthy, they are going to be trying to take this tier 2 tower down, but they do decide to go in with a better option. Holy Dragon available for the taking. Looking at the gold is increasing furthermore. It is 3,000 gold lead as of the moment, but having a scaling composition makes this a whole lot scarier.
Yep, and with HKA getting that efficient wave clears and also all of the resources into the map, F1 is going to be forced to use the Fading Phantom to actually reposition, and KSSA has been harassed here by Dada. And so far, this is the story that the damage coming in from HKA is just too substantial. Not like what we're seeing from Buriram United, who needs to actually play it out as strong as it gets, while Difox and the Noblefly are here. We're gonna be spotting out, and KSSA is gonna be falling down. No, he's gonna be able to exit safely with the Moonfall of Nunu being procced out, but that's gonna be an exchange where Easy gets that solo kill. And yes, the second tier turret here on the middle lane is going to be taken by Hong Kong Attitude, while on the top lane we're seeing that F1 is trying to go for a push. Overfly is going to be slowed up with KSSA in the midst of the members as a cliff breaker being used. He is not going to be pulled back by Overfly just yet.
Yeah, a sizable sustain here by KSSA is able to sustain some of the damage being thrown out there by Hong Kong Attitude. So far, things are still in favor of HKA. 5,000 gold lead. A while ago, it was just 3,000, but due to the fact that a solo kill was made here by Easy, and a push onto the towers made into the mid lane to trade out the top a while ago by F1, they are starting to just continue to scale up, as they are looking at the Slayer as well. It is still Infinite Slayer, not yet a Dark Lord Slayer, so not much pressure with regards to the push, as BRU can still clear this out, especially with Difoxin and Nunu. Now, they are grouping up here in the mid lane, looking for picks. KSSA is kind of low, doesn't have the ulti just yet, so they have to be really cautious as the Infinite Slayer is being started here by HKA. They know for the fact that BRU are hesitating, so this is their go signal to take it down. We're seeing the Roxy on the bot side. 3 members actually of BRU are located there, so not the best positioning on the side of BRU, as they haven't taken a trade onto a tower. They basically just gave this Infinite Slayer for free.
Yep, and so far, Burrito United trailing on to the gold department is going to be affecting them. Nuno is not going to be effective if he doesn't have the items needed. He only has 7.1k in comparison to the Raz, who usually falls off in the gold department, and that's a 1.3k gold advantage in terms of the mid matchup. And in terms of the marksman, it is still going to be the same, but the Foxen uses that Kunai Blitz. CC might be taken out. He is going to be bursted out with F1 joining the fray. Easy and About are going in hot, while here on Nunu, Dada is actually dragged down by Overfly, and he almost gets taken out, but Easy goes in, and that's also the triangle being used by F1 to actually kite the damage of Easy, who's not going to be able to secure that kill. We're going to see a two-man push here into the top lane with the Foxen and KSSA in the area. Nunu is also going to be joining the fray, and KSSA is going in for the box out, and Dada is going to be caught out. That's a Moonfall being used. There is still going to be some Blade of Eternity, and with the Dead Sight, it's not going to work. With Buriram United, they have the chance to actually finish the. CC goes in with the Cliff Breaker, goes in for the Moon Piercer, gets the damage in. KSSA is going to fall down. Shaolin is just dealing damage left and right. A lot of substantial damage at that. Nuno tries his best to get back, and the Moonfall is going to be procced out for the speed up. Is he going to be able to escape? The answer is going to be yes. It's a four-man team live in HKA. They are now the ones trying to go for a push, and with the Infinite Slayer being taken out here in the middle lane, they have the chance to maybe take the tier 3 turret here on the bot lane.
Yeah, and it is going to be a 2 versus 4. A while ago, Hong Kong Attitude made a mistake and lost many members on their side, but now they have the lead. They can actually take them on. Overfly trying his best to tank most of the damage, but he's gonna fall down. Nunu, the only member left, as the other members actually respawn. They are gonna be punishing the overextended hero of Hong Kong Attitude, and now the long death timers are starting to be really scary. About in CC looking to disengage. Dada is now with a flank trying to punish KSSA, and hesitations come on the side of BRU. Can they actually survive? They are winning the team fight. CC falls down, and it's up to Dada and Abao to actually end this game, but they will decide to just flee for now against away from BRU's low members. But Hong Kong Attitude are getting this game back in their favor. BRU almost had it actually onto the top lane, but due to the fact that Shaolin and also CC managed to clutch out a teamfight win after a miscommunication on the side of BRU. Now, BRU is starting this Dark Lord Slayer. Hong Kong Attitude has to contest, but can Dada actually go in? They are diving onto Abao, and now it leaves Dada open to this Dark Lord Slayer here. Can they actually get it? The answer is yes, and he will actually fall down along with Nunu. Easy is trying to escape here from KSSA and Overfly, but there is Shaolin, another marksman that can actually dish out a lot of damage as BRU looks to disengage. They know for the fact that the Dark Lord Slayer is going to spawn in a short while and push into the mid lane, so they have to back off. They have to reset and be able to defend this mid later on, because they don't have an inhibitor anymore in the mid. They don't have an inhib on the bot line as well. Only the top has 2 towers, and it's gonna be disastrous on their end if they don't have Nunu. They have to stall this out. 13 seconds on the clock. Dada is also dead, but they have another marksman. This is gonna be a crucial moment for Hong Kong Attitude as KSSA dives in, pops out ulti as well, and the shield to try and survive. They're trying to get this Dark Lord Slayer taken down, along with CC being in the front line. He's relatively low. They are going to be disengaging for the moment. Nunu goes in. This is going to be disaster. They are going to be disengaging again, and they focus on the Dark Slayer only. Hong Kong Attitude loses that objective, but they are still in this game. Sizable gold, 4,000. Dada is now up again in the live, and they're just gonna be clearing out their camps again to prepare for the next fight.
Yep, and Hong Kong Attitude taking 2 tier 3 turrets is gonna be a boon for them. Yes, they lost and they have a hole in the top, but they were able to trade it out onto the middle lane and bot lane of Burrito United, which is gonna be big for them since they do pack a lot of damage as well. The problem here is that we're gonna see a fall off on the damage being dealt by Dada and also Shaolin, with the Joker not being able to deal a lot of damage in a short amount of time. KSSA is definitely gonna have the advantage, and CC might be caught out here with the Foxen and also Nunu in the area just harassing him.
Yeah, it's well, BRU stepping on the gas pedal, going in, taking this tower in the mid lane. They're not letting the disadvantage take over them. They're still being really proactive in rotating across the map, because they know that if they can burst down at least anyone on the side of Hong Kong Attitude, they can actually win the team fight, especially when they pile onto EZ. So he can only deal some damage onto, you know, well, mostly on single target, but he has a decent amount of crowd control, especially with explosive KO and rising uppercut. So that is something they have to avoid, being stacked onto each other, but also they have to kind of get that kidnap onto any member of Hong Kong Attitude. Foxen really hurts, and it forces out the ulti here of CC. So that is gonna be timed here by BRU as they wait for the next Dark Lord Slayer. 55 seconds on the clock, and the gold is starting to affect this this situation right now. Most of the members are already on item lock, and BRU at this point, they can actually go in with the split push. Foxen is doing it already and starting the push, you know, charging onto the wave, cutting it down along with the other members of BRU onto the other lanes. And Hong Kong Attitude is not expecting this approach. They have to clear out the waves, but they also have to play this out safe, because most of their members can actually get killed. And we talked about the Lindis a while ago, that if they actually can gank him, it's gonna be an almost impossible escape. So now Hong Kong Attitude are just deciding to group up. They're sending out Shaolin to be the ones to clear out the waves. Overfly spots out some members of Hong Kong Attitude, and it actually became a go signal right now to enter into the fight. F1 is trying to flee. Can he actually do it? The answer is yes. With a sliver of health, he does. And now Hong Kong Attitude ditches out the Dark Lord Slayer for the moment, because the waves are still crashing onto their base.
Yep, and now Burinam United are still in a confrontation. This is going to be a standoff. Whoever goes in hot and secures a kill for themselves in the opening seconds of the clash is definitely going to be the winner. And Nunu is just using his skills to get a blind fire in to maybe damage someone on the side of HKA, and Abao is going to be spotting out KSSA as well. They're going to have some inkling that it is going to be an open area. The Hisafit is going to be used. Nunu is going to be using that Moonfall and repositions himself. And that's going to be Burinam United taking out Shaolin's Blade of Eternity passive. And F1 is not going to get a hit on anyone. KSSA is going to be taking most of the damage. He is still going to be regenerating, but with the damage reduction, I mean the health regen being disabled for KSSA, he is going to be feeling the brunt of the damage and not going to be able to stay further into that clash. And still, with the Blade of Eternity of Shaolin being taken out, with Overfly also having the Agnes Grip ready again for him, this may be the time to, for Burinam United to actually go into the clash.
Yeah, they are positioning themselves already on this Dark Lord Slayer. It's kind of like a reminiscent of game number 2. Now with a kidnap, Agnes Grip used here onto CC, not really the best target, as there are other members of Hong Kong Attitude, and now KSSA is taking a bit of damage, pops out ulti already to sustain himself. But now, he is still relatively low in terms of HP and takes a bit of damage from Easy as well. So he has to reset, he has to go back towards his base, or wait for his ulti, which is gonna be a bit of a short while. He has a second life, so he can actually just maintain in this fight. But now with a second life popped here onto Foxen, he's still gonna get taken down. Overfly is gonna be the next target. There is a split push onto the bot side by F1, but I don't think this is gonna be very much helping BRU. At most, it's just gonna be cleared out here by CC. Well, F1 is on the bot side. Hong Kong Attitude can actually start this Dark Lord Slayer, but they're deciding to defend for the meantime as Dada is clearing out his red side jungle, looking to put his HP back to full as they are gonna be playing this relatively safe still. Hong Kong Attitude is respecting the dive here from BRU, so they're not making rash decisions as of the meantime. They want to play this out safe. They want BRU to make a mistake just like a while ago and take some kills. Like Foxen is still dead, and now they're piling on to Overfly. Can they actually get the kill? The answer is yes. KSSA is gonna be left out here, and Hong Kong Attitude can actually start this Dark Slayer, but they're focusing on establishing a death rush right now. KSSA is relatively tanky. We're seeing a split push once again by the Kira, but they sent out Easy to actually challenge him onto a 1v1, but they lost already the inhibitor tower. They're focusing on to this team fight right now, but can they actually defend? The base is taking a bit of damage from the wave, and KSSA is relatively low. They are gonna be backing off for the meantime, focusing now onto the Dark Slayer, forcing BRU to actually respond to this, and it might be all too late for BRU as F1 is too far away. Can they actually get the steal? The answer is no. F1 is already here, but CC is very low. He is gonna get taken down, but has the second life. KSSA is tanking all the damage. CC actually escapes. Second life here for KSSA. He's gonna get back up. Typhoxen is still, trying to do some damage onto the members of HKA, but he will get the kill here onto Shaolin. A 1-for-1 trade, make that a 1-for-2 as Hong Kong Attitude, it's now starting to really hurt the members of BRU. Overfly is also dead, and now he is gonna be the only member left. Maybe not so, as Abao takes that kill, and now it's just gonna be the GG push. Long death timers for BRU. HKA with this game number 3 win.
Yes, HKA is going to be taking game number 3 with no more members of BRU actually present in the map. And this is going to be one of those long fights that we've been expecting. HKA winning in terms of the strategy. And yeah, so far, I thought that DRU could have taken that when KSSA was taking in the damage from the other members of HKA. If there was a committance from F1, Defoxen, and also Nunu at that point, I felt like they could have taken the win. And yeah, and this is what usually happens in these types of scenarios. So yeah, HKA taking in the win at the last and being patient about everything is actually has done wonders for their team. Them not being too aggressive and too greedy on all of those exchanges actually helped them go through the late game wherein they had the better kind of win conditions just because of the range, the burst stability, and of course the stability that they have, forcing out most of the time the members of Buriram to actually overextend. F1 cannot secure any types of kills because one of the reasons there is if he does go in, who is he going in with? Is it just gonna be KSSA, who's just gonna be a meat shield who doesn't have any type of hold at all, or of course Overfly, who can just use the Agnes grip, but that's just a single target lockdown. In terms of using those single target lockdowns, it is going to be very, very difficult because there's still a lot that can stop you, and they countered that Roxy pick with the Owls pick that just slows them down in most of the scenarios.
Yeah, we also didn't see that much of a good performance by Overfly on the Roxy. I don't think we saw a fantastic Agnes script coming in from him, or maybe not much, as most of them were kind of off-timed and targeted onto the tankier members of Hong Kong Attitude, particularly CC. We haven't seen a target prioritization onto Dada, onto Easy, onto Shaolin, getting that -1 most of the time. Hong Kong Attitude is able to sustain themselves, and those kinds of mishaps allowed Hong Kong Attitude to win most of the team fights. There was an attempt by F1 to split push onto the bot side as well, and nearly actually ended the game even if Easy wasn't actually there, because he took the inhibitor tower already and even chunked down a little bit health on the nexus of Hong Kong Attitude. But because he was fully committing on that push, when he actually decided to go in along with his teammates to contest the Dark Lords, he was already too late. And like what you said, hesitations came on the side of BRU, and it was not present on Hong Kong Attitude. They committed onto the fight, they went in with their damage, and even if there were threats of F1, Nunu, and Daifoxin, they just charged head onto them.
Yep. And although I saw a good turn of events there, where KSA, Nunu, and also Defoxin was able to stop most of the members of HKA. But the problem there was after the engagement there, they just didn't have any kind of target for themselves. And with the mobility of the Kira, they could have zeroed in on someone with as long as KSSA is gonna be in the area. But they were not able to communicate effectively, and that costed them this game, wherein all the heavy hitters were actually alive. Although we saw an outplay from Nunu against Easy, because sometimes mechanical skills are going to be there for the players, but what's important is actually on the decision making and also the shot calls that is going to be called. I can imagine how chaotic it was for Buriram United all throughout those clashes that happened in the last part of the game. Not like on HKA, they were taking in their bodies and always they were taking in their targets for themselves. They were focusing on one person. After KSSA was done, there's not much that Buriram United could actually do. So when KSSA was alive, that was their only window of opportunity to actually burst down every member of HKA. But that didn't happen. And we can't blame them. This is a high pressure game. Yes, there's a lot of stakes, but sometimes they are just humans, and humans do commit mistakes. And in that situation, the mistakes were there for Buriram United.
Yeah, and the mistakes were definitely there. So it's kind of really unfortunate on the side of BRU. And we're seeing a more stable approach now for Hong Kong Attitude. 2 games in a row of a win. BRU should try to catch up with regards to the scores, because only 2 more games left here, or 2 more wins left for Hong Kong Attitude. If they are going to be picking up 2 more wins, it's going to be a bit of an upset on the side of BRU, knowing for the fact that they do like to end things early, but we only saw them have a strong start for now. Game number 1, but game number 2 and game number 3, we started to see them kind of slow down with their pace. Naturally, we do see them trying to be aggressive in their ganking and their rotation, but we don't see the results just yet on their side. That's what we are going to be looking forward in their next game, especially that the way they were ganking during game number 3 was a little bit off. Some of the Agnes script didn't really had the best follow-up, even though Daifoxin was trying to split push all throughout the map along with F1. We haven't seen a proper the best possible team fight that BRU could have had against Hong Kong Attitude, and overall Hong Kong Attitude just delivered slightly better, but enough already to take this win.
Yep, and in terms of gold, you can see HKA was actually managing most of the gold advantages that they had. They actually were always on the lead in all throughout the game, even with the aggressive ganks coming in from Buriram United. They were able to secure a 3-0 at the early part of the game, but it didn't matter just because there was always a disparity in gold. And that is a testament on how good HKA is in terms of the gold management that they're not falling off even with the kills being secured here by Buriram United, who was just going all in, trying to shut down heroes left and right. But in terms of the kills, Burita, and in terms of objectives, it is going to be HKA coming out on top. There's a 3-kill deficit, and of course, a combined 7 objective deficit on the Dragons and Slayers. And the MVP of game number 3 is going to be Dada on that Lindis. He has that 76.5% KP with a KDA of 736 at 207k damage dealt, 2,597 roll goal difference, and the MVP points is 11.6. This is his 7th MVP of the tournament, and that says a lot on how good Dada was on game number 3, who was able to deal a lot of damage. That is 207k damage, ladies and gentlemen. Even if this is the late game, he had a lot of opportunity to burst down all of the heroes of Buriram United Esports.
Yeah, we saw him kind of free hitting, especially in the later stages of that game. In the last team fight, he was able to chunk down most of the HP of KSSA and also Overfly, and we didn't see him being threatened that much because he was able to kite them out efficiently with the help of Aba, with the help of CC being in the front line. Overall, the execution of Hong Kong Attitude is phenomenal on the team fights in this game, and I kind of want to add in a small comment on the split push department of BRU, because we most of the time saw F1 split pushing, and it cost them a little bit too much on the objective side, especially on the Dark Lord Slayer. They could have sent out another person instead, maybe KSSA, and try to approach the team fight, the short jabs, the pokes, safer, because Hong Kong Attitude was looking to take the Dark Lord Slayer. They are positioning themselves for the objective, but one of the trigger of them committing onto a team fight and also onto securing that Dark Lord Slayer was F1 being absent on that area. And they, of course, these teams, these professional players already know the estimated time for a particular hero to reach a certain location, and Hong Kong Attitude definitely had the best possible calculations for that.
Well, to add to the comment, I do agree some that F1 was actually going to be very, very needed for the damage on the clashes. But the problem here is that if KSSA is the one to actually go for the push, it's just going to be too slow. And one of the caveats of having KSSA there is that he is the primary meat shield of Buriram United. So if he is gone, Overfly cannot actually sustain the clash for them as well. So they are already at a stalemate at that point of the game, where in the late game actually did not scale well for Buriram United. And with a lot of the marksmen on HKA, they were just gonna burst out Overfly. And if KSSA was not there, there was no chance for Buriram United to actually make a play. So the gamble they did the gamble they did was F1 needs to actually take down the tier 3 turret and maybe go for the GG push. But with one of the players of HKA being able to recall back into the base and go for the defense, it actually thwarted the plan, and they made a premature jump onto the clashes as well. When Overfly was taken out, it was a positional mistake for Overfly to be there instead of KSSA. And
maybe they can polish themselves in this game more.
I guess in terms of the gameplay, I'm not seeing Buriram United to be a very, very solid strategy team. And that is going to be one of their focal problems going into the series, because HKA can actually deal and also execute strategies wherein they have the better rotations, they have the better composition, and they know how to play their strengths well.
And they definitely showed it in the previous game. So I'm kind of looking forward to maybe having a strong, a more solid performance of HK, but also on the side of BRU. And now with the prioritization on the zip, we can actually assume that they might actually go in with a late game scaling composition with a possible Telanas on their side. They have banned out, well, they do have the same ban in the previous game. Talon and also the Superman, same ban here for HK, and they're looking to actually get the Telanas and on their side, and they're gonna be pairing it up with the Crixie. A very nice read here by Hong Kong Attitude, although BRU still has other choices with regards to the marksman department, although Telanas has been, you know, the priority with regards to the insane amount of late game damage. And Hong Kong Attitude is gonna let it be for the meantime. Picking up the Richter and also the Crixie. BRU are changing their mind. They hover the Lorian and also the Kafeni. So maybe they're looking to have an insane amount of damage with the Kafeni instead of the Telanas because of the amount of damage and the gap close potential of Hong Kong Attitude with with their just first two picks. The third pick here of Hong Kong Attitude, well, they haven't picked up their marksman just yet. So this can be a marksman pick for Hong Kong Attitude as they do have a lot of choices still on the frontline department. No pick just yet on the side of Hong Kong Attitude with something like a Wonder Woman, the Veres still not picked up, the Yenna, the other front lines that they do constantly see being picked up in these games. And now they are hovering onto the Yenna, and they are going to be locking it in confidently. So 1 out of 3 on the heroes taken already on the side of Hong Kong Attitude. BRU on this first 3 picks so far is solid. They have a decent amount of damage. They have a relatively good amount of crowd control as well, and a sizable engage, especially with the Lorian and the Zip. So maybe on their other 3 picks, they are going to be looking to have more frontline to soak up the damage and provide peel for the Kafeni. But they have to keep worry on the next 2 picks here of Hong Kong Attitude. As the bans come through, Telanas taken away here by BRU. Florentino is a good ban here by Hong Kong Attitude because that can be the approach here of BRU, along with the Omen with the amount of sustain that he does have. Quite an independent hero in the arena of Valor. Elandor is gonna be taken away here. Marksman prioritization on the bans here for BRU, and Hong Kong Attitude would have lesser options on the marksman department. They picked up the Violet already. They picked up the Hayate and the Joker on the marksman department as well. So maybe they have an option to go in with a Wisp. They're hovering it already, or maybe the Slims if they do want to have that flying spear stunning some of the members here of BRU. Late game scaling is really high on this Wisp as well, and we do see it popping off with the other teams that has used this. They're gonna be locking it in. BRU, what are they gonna be picking up for their last 2 picks? Well, frontline is very much needed. That can be their path. Damage actually is their way to go with the Kreknak and the Amelie. Well, they're gonna be changing their mind. They are hovering the Veres. The Kreknak is actually not so bad, but maybe they are saving it for the next games. The Amelie is gonna be a bit of a threat here onto the members of Hong Kong Attitude, especially with the assassinations later on. Veres is a stable one that can be used for now, and Hong Kong Attitude still has 1 more pick. They can go in for one more frontline. Sinestria is not so bad as well. It has a lot of sustain, especially with her kit, and it can be locked in already. They have a relatively long time to decide for now. 33 seconds remaining, and this should be their approach. Oh, they're going for damage as well. Kira picked up. I mean, Kira hover already on the side of Hong Kong Attitude, and they can actually have, you know, a same approach of BRU in the third game a while ago. Good flanking potential, good split push potential as well. And Hong Kong Attitude might just as well lock this in.
And looking at the composition of Buriram United, we're gonna see a Zip, a Lorian, a Kafeni, and a Varus and Amelie. A lot of sustainability on those two fighters, the Varus and the Amelie. But one of the caveats of having that Varus is that she's one of those heroes that needs her passive to actually hit, to maybe regenerate and sustain the clashes. And sometimes the damage that we're gonna see in the meta actually outscales the sustainability of these types of heroes. Not like when you see the Amelie or the Lubu who's just gonna be popping up the ultimate and have those insane sustainabilities. That's not the game plan for that Varus. And especially that she's gonna be in the jungle, it is gonna be very, very hard if there's the skill shots of F1 is not gonna get a hit. And based on the last performance that F1 had on the Varus, I don't think that he is one of those Varus users that are gonna be getting those hits at the right spots. But HKA, looking at the lineup, that's a very, very high damage lineup, adding Crixie to the mix, and then of course Akira, and then you also have the initiator onto the Richter, and of course Ayena, who's kind of cursed right now here in the AIC with a 30% win rate. So far HKA does have a lot of diving potential, has a lot of damage on their side. Late game, they might actually fall off in the late game. In comparison, BRU, they need to play this as well as they actually need to go for a battle of endurance. They need to play this right, wherein they're gonna have all of the right items for themselves. They have the Zep, the Kafeni, the Lorian, which actually scales pretty hard in the late game. And game number 4 is gonna be starting with HKA having the advantage of 2 wins already. Buriram is still trailing with 1. Is this gonna be a tie, or are we still gonna see that HKA is gonna get that 3-1?
Yeah, I mean, Hong Kong Attitude would definitely like to secure the match point against Buriram United Esports, and they do have the draft to do so. Same goes for BRU. I mean, they have invested so many meta picks in this game as well, picking up even the Kafeni to pair it up with the Zip. So a lot of late game potential on the side of BRU along with the Hong Kong Attitude. Boils down to the execution. Naturally, we do see Buriram United Esports being really aggressive in the early game, but they're playing this out safe. This is kind of new on their side. They don't want to have, to take that much risk that can be punished by the members of Hong Kong Attitude. At most, it's them looking for vision across the map, as we see Nunu inside the red side jungle here of Dada. Can they actually steal out this Might Golem? They are going to be attempting to do so. They enter as KSSA is going to be looking to disengage. Retaliation comes on the side of Hong Kong Attitude, and KSSA falls down. That's 2 kills already. Dada is overextending. It actually makes a juke onto the members of BRU. The Foxen is the only member left, but that's gonna be leaving 3 casualties on their side. The moment they go aggressive, overextend, they try to go for that steal, Hong Kong Attitude punishes them hard.
Yep, and that is gonna be a disastrous start for Buriram United. Already, we're seeing a 1.2k gold lead on the side of HKA, and this strategy that they've been doing so far, I already said that the early game advantage is definitely going to be on Hong Kong Attitude, but they still went in for that kind of play, which is going to be detrimental for them for sure. And the Abyssal Dragon is going to be secured here by Dada. Nunu tries to harass him and maybe get the kill. F1 is late to the party, while we're seeing here Overfly is being pushed back by CC with his aggression. And Buriram United so far needs to make more plays. They are going to fall off, especially that, yeah, you actually fed Dada a lot of gold. That's a 500 gold deficit in terms of the jungle. And we all know that Kira is a damage burst assassin that if you give her that kind of advantage, is going to be able to take out Tifoxin and even Nunu in certain situations, especially if he is going to be able to execute an ambush and a gank. And still Abao is going in hot, harassing KSSA whenever he is near.
Yeah, that's a zip roll being executed here by KSSA. It's gonna be a bit low, disengaging, while the other members of Hong Kong Attitude are trying to get a kill onto Nunu. But they are respecting the retaliation coming in from BRU. They opt to just damage the top lane turret here with the help of Shaolin and make their way into setting up another death brush. They know for the fact that that Dada can assassinate anyone due to the fact that he has a sizable gold lead already. 3 kills funneled onto him, just like what you said. So they are going to be stepping on the gas a little bit with regards to the kill department, trying to look for picks, trying to chunk out the members here of BRU as Nunu actually goes in on to top lane contesting the Spirit Sentinel. They're saying like, no, you cannot take it. This is ours. Back off, brother. We are going to be taking this for ourselves. And a slight attempt there by Shaolin. Abao hesitating on entering since they know that the damage can be insane coming from Nunu, but same goes for Easy. Fussalot already used here by Difoxin to zone them out, but it's not enough to actually clear out the wave. And Abao is just looking to establish some control over the top side lane on the side of BRU. They're actually even attempting to steal the Sage Golem, but not so sure it's going to be worth it as the trades go. Abao not able to steal it out as they are going to be disengaging for the meantime. An equal amount of pressure onto the bot side. Overfly still maintaining the lane. Not much damage taken here by his tower. So now we're going to be focusing onto the top. BRU going in for a dive. Ulti already expended here by Nunu. And after the disengage, they are starting this Dark Slayer. Dada is taking his time. This is going to be good. And the engage comes here on the side of Hong Kong Attitude. Abao with a nice initiation. The damage is relatively high, so might as well Hong Kong Attitude take this Dark Slayer uncontested. Huge damage comes in from them actually, and they can even take this Abyssal Dragon if they want. After BRU already made their reset, since Dada hurts so much, he can just get these objectives taken down very, very easily.
Yep, and that's going to be a good trade with a 3-0 on the scoreboard still. We are seeing a 1.5k goal advantage on the side of in advantage of HKA actually. And Buriram United so far has been underwhelming in all of the plays that they've been doing. Nunu is gonna go for that Star Sky, not being able to use the skills, and he is almost taken out. That's just one hit left onto that middle first tier turret. While on the bot lane, we're gonna see Defoxin taking out the first turret of the game, and Abao might be taken down here with 3 of the members in the area. But there might be a counterplay here with Dada securing his kill onto Overfly and a possible take onto the tier 1 turret, who's actually already reeling from the health. We're going to see that the jungler of HKA, Dada, is going in and hot onto that blue buff, taking all the resources here of F1. So this is one of the reasons that even if they do get that kill, they do get that tower, Buriram United is still going to be trailing by a 2.5k gold margin.
Yeah, and it is helping them apply pressure around the map, taking a decent amount of farm already, along with the kills that they do have secured, especially with the help of Dada. Now they are grouping up, passing towards bot, but along the way they caught out Nunu, overextended, and they will get a kill. Shaolin even picks up the kill, so the gold is funneled onto him. Now they're rotating towards the bot side. 3 members are there. Hong Kong Attitude looking to secure this tier 1 tower.
Yep, and now Buriram United again failing from that kind of play is definitely going to be a disaster with HKA just securing more and more objectives for themselves. That's a 2.6k goal advantage, and it is still going to be in a I feel like the bleed is still going to be growing faster here for the side of Hong Kong Attitude, who has been controlling most of the rotations, getting those kills. And with the members of Buriram United now grouped up, maybe this is their chance to go in for the kill. Nuno is going to be using the Star Sky, uses the flicker and catches out CC in the process. While Bao was able to flicker out all the area, it is going to be a shutdown kill that may help them. But still, with a 2.3k, it is still not that it is still not enough. But they're going in for a pusher, maybe. But they are opting to maybe get the Holy Dragon instead of taking that tower. And F1 and Defoxin is going to be in the area. While there's going to be a trade, the Dark Slayer is going to be started here by Dada.
Hong Kong Attitude kind of got shocked a while ago. They were already used to BRU hesitating during the early game, but now they are fully committing onto the fight. CZ once again might actually get taken down, but not without the fight established here by Hong Kong Attitude. Lots of damage being dished out, but not enough to take a kill. It is still a 4v4 in the mid lane. They might actually take this turret down, but without a wave, they are going to be disengaging for now. Hong Kong Attitude losing members twice in a row already. CC died, and BRU are making most out of the situation, trying to catch up with regards to the gold department. A while ago, it was a around 2,000 gold advantage by Hong Kong Attitude, but now it was chunked down to half as BRU continues to scale up. Mid-game is kind of high potential on the side of the blue team as they are setting up a death brush. They know for the fact that they can actually burst down anyone on the side of Hong Kong Attitude. CC zoned away from his tower. They have to give this away. But we're seeing Dada actually split pushing onto the bot lane, in which BRU has to respond to this, or else they are going to be losing more structures. Bao entering the fight, just pressuring them and preventing that rotation quickly on the bot side as they do take the tower as well. They might lose a top lane due to the huge wave crashing there. And yeah, they do. A bit of miscalculation on the side of Hong Kong Attitude as they do take KSSA though. So they're going to be getting some gold from that kill. But Hong Kong Attitude should be a little bit careful in their approach in this game, because slowly but surely BRU are catching up.
Yep, and we're going to see here 1k goal advantage now on the side of HKA. It has been reduced from that 2.6k with all the plays that is happening here. But yeah, so far still HK is the one controlling the beat. And with KSSA being taken out there by Dada under the noses of Nunu and also Defoxin, that means he is already online on the damage department. While KSSA is still going to be trailing since he is going to be a support.
Yeah. So far, you know, BRU are kind of struggling looking for picks at this time, since Hong Kong Attitude is starting to scale up as well. We saw the damage being dished out by Shaolin during the previous team fight. Now CC might actually get punished once again. A while ago, he was already dead thrice already. This might be the 4th time, but he's trying to survive for so long, actually buying enough time for his teammates to actually collapse onto them. Nunu with a nice disengage, but it's not enough with the help of KSSA. KSSA actually might fall down. He's being stopped here by F1 as Dada looks to just damage them. About entering, but there is an Infinite Slayer pushing into the mid, so they have to retaliate onto that as well. While Dada is looking for a flank position with the wave crashing down in the mid lane. This might be the chance of Hong Kong Attitude to either go in for a push onto the inhib or take the jungle camps and go for the economy with the Holy Dragon.
Yep, and we're gonna see HKA now starting its objective, and without any kind of contest from Buriram United, who is trailing so far they already built another goalie for themselves that is already at 3K and almost 4K. And so far, BRU right now cannot go for any kind of contest. It's a 4-7 on the scoreboard. That's a 3 kill in advantage. Again, in a 4-0-2 onto the jungler. That's how bad of a performance the Varus is actually having. He actually built an Orioles brand to actually sustain himself whenever there is going to be some clashes. But it's not going to be enough since we have some damage dealers that can deal through damage like a bow and of course physical damage onto that Whis, who so far is doing great as well. He's not just being dominated here by Defoxen, who is going to be leading the charge for Buriram United Esports. Foxen though is in the area going in for the railgun hit onto that first tier, and he is going to be able to secure that. Shock and Awe is being used here by Shaolin to clear out the wave here in the middle lane.
Yeah, well, at least BRU are sneaking out some objectives, especially because of the range here of Daifoxen taking out that turret in the mid. But they're slowing down their pace. Same goes for Hong Kong Attitude, but at least they are getting most of the economy. They are setting up a death brush on top side river to try and sandwich the members here of BRU, while the rest of the members of HKA are split pushing onto the bot. They're asking for Dada's help this time, as they know that he can actually burst down anyone, and he has a good position onto Nunu as well. If BRU are going to be entering bot lane, it's going to be the go signal for Hong Kong Attitude to actually split push onto the top. But F1 might be caught out there, takes a bit of damage, and that is gonna be forcing out a recall onto him. Not much of a casualty on their side since it's still 30 seconds before the Slayer spawns. So BRU can still clear out their waves and try to shove bot towards the base of Hong Kong Attitude, and that has been one of their key strengths in the previous games, being able to split push and have a good wave management. And that's one of the reasons how they picked up some of the towers. They're not really trailing that much behind with regards to the structure secured and also the objectives. It's only onto the gold department, almost a 4,000 gold lead here by Hong Kong Attitude, as the Dark Lord Slayer descends. They now are keeping their eye on it. Shaolin and Abao hovering there, as they know they can actually start it up with the help of the other members of Hong Kong Attitude. But since Dada is located towards bot, they are looking for a good position here for a potential team fight. If they can catch out Daifoxen or Nunu, can spell out trouble for them. But Abao is the one gonna get caught. He's gonna be disengaging for the meantime, as follow-up is not there from the other members of Hong Kong Attitude. And at this point, it's kind of like game number 3, wherein things are getting a bit slow. Things are similar to game number 2 as well. And they are just gonna be playing a game of chess here, making small movements, waiting for an opportunity, a mistake by the enemy team. And so far, no one's making that mistake. Everyone's being cautious, but might so onto Shaolin, as he is a bit overextended onto the top. He has Abao to actually back him up. So safety is still here on the side of Hong Kong Attitude, as CC is zoning out Overfly. He's kind of overextended here, but he is relatively keeping his distance away from the other members of BRU, as they are just clearing out the mid for the meantime.
And no action is yet to be seen. They haven't played it as passive as it gets. Dada spots out here Overfly on the bottom lane with that rotation, but he's not going to be committing without any kind of backup, and this is how they're going to be playing it. They are going to try to maybe go for a split push, since Dada is always in the area, and they're not going to be delaying, and they're going to be delaying on the clears here onto the bottom lane to maybe get the waves to walk in unison. But the Dark Lord Slayer is now being started here by Buriram United, and we get a catch out. Abao might be taken out, and that's Nunu going in hot. Easy. He's gonna be taken in with that flicker and also the Star Sky. but he is not going to be committing. Nunu might be in danger with Dada going in for secure. The Umbral Dreams is not going to connect, but that's going to be a nice attempt because the orb is already going to be out. The Foxen is going to be using that railgun to get some damage. CC is in the area as well, throwing his chakram. It is HKA overturning the advantage that BRU had. Without Nunu, they know that they cannot go for any types of contests.
Yeah, Flicker and the ulti already expended by Nunu. So he really has to disengage after getting his HP chunked down so much. And the orb not available anymore. So a lot of safety removed already on the Zalorian pick. And now Hong Kong Attitude is establishing a good vision control over the topside river. But Overfly is relatively confident, having that numbers advantage here by BRU as the Yenna is still onto the bottom lane. CC has to go towards his teammates later on after clearing out that wave. Dada disengaging, even popping out that ulti to disengage from the members of BRU, and that's going to be the go signal now by BRU to start this Dark Lord Slayer. Can they actually commit on this? They do leave it for the meantime as they realize CC is onto the bot side already. Now, a potential collapse here by Hong Kong Attitude is starting. They are just zoning members of BRU for the meantime. They know it will take some time to kill this Dark Lord Slayer, and they have to initiate a team fight, and one of it is here in the mid lane right now. CC falls down. The proper timing by BRU, and they even go in once more with a zip roll being used here by KSSA. Dada is going to be disengaging with the ulti expended, and BRU with the numbers advantage. I think they can actually start this Dark Lord Slayer. They are starting it for the meantime with the help of F1, and Nunu is just zoning a bow away from this objective. There is a Dada on the bot side, split pushing, but he's gonna get caught here by Overfly. So not the best scenario now for Hong Kong Attitude. Can they actually contest this in a 4 versus 5? The answer is gonna be yes, in the sense with the damage that they are dealing, but same goes for BRU, taking out easy and a bow almost immediately. Dada is here dealing lots of damage, taking 3 members, and with Shaolin free hitting for so long, they take out 4 in exchange for 2 in that 4v5 team fight, and now they're trying to get a kill here onto Overfly. He is relatively tanky, but he is really getting railed here by Shaolin with the long death timers. I think it's gonna be inevitable. It's gonna be game number 4 secured here by Hong Kong Attitude, and now they have a 3-for-1 score. Match point for Hong Kong Attitude.
And that is going to be HKA going in hot in game number 4, taking in the advantage and always winning strategically. And this has been one of the problems of Buriram United. I've already predicted that the Varus pick is not going to be hot for Buriram United, especially F1 is the one using that Varus pick. And we've seen how many misses of a shot and skill shots F1 was actually dishing out on that Varus, and he was the only hero that was left, since the Foxen was the only one that could actually sustain Buriram United at that situation. But with the smart taking of HKA, they were able to win it all and destroy Buriram United at that last clash.
Yeah, a superior team fighting capability here by Hong Kong Attitude. Even pulling a trigger, go in with starting with a 3 versus 5 team fight, and then Dada going in with a fantastic flank. It was already them securing that, especially when BRU are piled onto each other. AoE damage allowed Hong Kong Attitude to get this win.
Yes, and we're gonna see on the highlights that BRU actually did well, but it's just that the composition isn't really right for those kinds of engagements where the pickups are. Overfly does not have anything to actually show for. He is more of that 1v1 hero. And if he's not going to be in a situation where he's going to be able to use his passives right, he is just gonna be a liability as well. He doesn't he was not able to use his hero to go for the defense, and he was not able to use that on the dueling sense as well. So this already concludes game number 4, where we're seeing a 3-1 lead on Hong Kong Attitude. One more win to close out this series. If they do get game number 5, this is going to be the end of the journey of Buriram United, who so far has been underwhelming.
It is a bit underwhelming, definitely. But Hong Kong Attitude, being the more stable team, now getting a fantastic game win. 3 wins already in this series, and I'm kind of curious if they can actually deny the potential further wins here of BRU, because only one step close towards doing that. And we haven't seen, Hong Kong Attitude trailing off that much. They sometimes slow down the pace, but it is because it will benefit them. And the mishaps of BRU constantly being punished are, always gonna be a bad thing for them, and they have to play this out really safe for the next games.
Yes, and we're seeing a very, very close. Not real close, but a very, very slow game for both of these teams. This is the first time that we're seeing in the AIC that these guys, even with aggressive heroes that they have, they're not going hot in most of the engagements. They're trying to play it as smart as they can. This is not the meta of the AIC, and we're seeing a distinct playstyle wherein they're trying to gauge each other. But in terms of this kind of strategy, HKA is coming out on top. BRU needs to change their kind of playstyle, because the playstyle that they are actually showing us is not going well for them. And we're gonna see here on the scoreboard where HKA was just maintaining the goal advantage all day long. You're gonna see the kill advantages that they have at a 5-kill deficit for Buriram United, and then in terms of gold, that's an almost 8k gold advantage as well. Any objectives, 6 towers in comparison, 4 towers from Buriram United. Of course, they all got the objective rolling for HKA, and that enabled them to actually get the gold lead. And plus, whenever those clashes actually happen for HKA, they have an objective in mind. Are they after the tower, they're gonna be able to secure a kill. After the objective, we're going to rotate to top. We're gonna see Defroxin and then just try to shut him down. Those are the kinds of plays that we're seeing from HKA. And Buriram United, yes, with all of their mechanical prowess, they need to play more as a team instead of a team with a lot of superstars. Because, yeah, you do have those amazing outplays, but it doesn't matter if you're not going to get the win. And we're going to see the MVP. And I already actually feel that it is going to be Dada from HKA. So let's see what is going to be the prediction. And yes, it is going to be Dada. And it's going to be understandable. He has a 75% kill participation, a 603 KDA. It's a perfect KDA in this kind of long game. With 111k damage dealt, 3,000 in roll goal difference against the Varys of F1, MVP points 11.2, and this is his 8th MVP of the tournament. That says a lot on how good Dada is on controlling that Kira, in contrast to what we saw from F1 from the preceding game. And it has been this series wherein F1 is underperforming again. Maybe the pressure is going into F1. The Varys was not able to land those crucial clashes wherein he's going to be able to burst out people. And it is going to affect Buriram United going forward in this series. If they do want game number 5, you should have F1 pop off. Because if F1 is not going to pop off for Buriram United, HKA is definitely going to be closing the series in game number 5.
Yeah, you talked about the questionable pick on the Varus a while ago and the execution kind of lacking on the side of BRU. Hong Kong Attitude started this game really strong with a triple kill by Dada. That's one of the reasons how or like why they had such a good flanking power or team fighting power, especially with the amount of damage that Dada has with the Kira pick. Even in the last team fight, we saw the damage being dished out. We saw the confidence of Hong Kong Attitude as a team, and generally, Hong Kong Attitude being able to adapt so much in all of these situations. Yes, we saw multiple times CC getting taken down, but Hong Kong Attitude always answers back with those casualties, picking up some towers, picking up enough farm to maintain the gold lead. Still applying pressure for the objectives, and when the opportunity came for them to actually go in with a proper team fight, there was zero hesitations coming in from them, even if it was a 4v5. BRU on the other hand, I want to commend the members as well, especially Nunu in some of the cases, being able to dish out a lot of damage, but unfortunately, the miscommunication is still there on their side. Sometimes hesitations come onto them, and those slight gaps on the follow-ups actually affect them in their team fighting power greatly. So if they are going to be able to fix that up for the next game, maybe we are going to be able to see a better team, overall a better performance by them. Maybe a game win in a sense, but let's see.
Yep, and it is still going to be hard to pull off. Since HKA also has that game point lead advantage, they have the luxury to actually pick out the heroes that they want to actually finish out this series. Not like Buriram United, who needs to save up to maybe win game number 6 as well to actually push a game number 7. So Buriram United actually needs to play this right. So even if they win game number 5, if they're going to be spending their top picks here on game number 5 as well, game number 6 is still going to be on the bags for HKA. So let's see what kind of performance are we going to expect from Buriram United. Because so far, with the underwhelming performances of the other members of Buriram, only Nunu as being one of those notable players that can actually try to make some plays for Buriram, but the mid laner is only limited if he is going to be supported by another one who actually can carry the game. F1 is not the person in those games. The Foxen as well is not the person that he can rely on. So even Overfly actually was making a lot of mistakes. So who can actually step up for Buriram United? KSSA, yes, he can step up, but he is a support. You need a carry to actually help you settle the game, not the support itself from Buriram. And so far with this kind of performance, I don't know what is going to happen for game number 5. But HKA, with the momentum that they have, even with the mistakes of CC on those crucial plays, it didn't matter, because in terms of the macro gameplay, they know who to actually target, who to actually execute. And that is testament on how good HKA is as a team. Even a 4v5 scenario was not daunting of a task for them to undertake. They just went in, knew their correct points, knew how to use their skill sets, and that's the end of the story.
Well, in the fight, right? Even if it was a 4v5, Shaolin managed to be the one to remain alive, and in most of the cases, if not all, if the marksman survives until the very end of the team fight, he's gonna be able to dish out most of the damage, and the turnaround can be possible, especially with a flank made there by Dada. Typhoxen kind of died a bit early, and because of them having not the best position in that fight, Hong Kong Attitude just had superior team fighting. Let's see if they are gonna be able to maintain their superiority in this series, as they are gonna be the one in the blue side. BRU are gonna transfer onto the red side, so they're gonna be the ones to ban out the Aya. First pick priority for Hong Kong Attitude. Let's see if who is gonna be coming on top on this as we do check the global picks and bans. Still some options here on the side of Hong Kong Attitude, particularly on the Superman pick and the Elsu, so that can be their strategy here in this game number 5. As BRU on the red side, they have to ban out the Ally. They can't ban out the Superman anymore. A while ago, we do see them banning out Tulen and also the Superman. So now a lot of heroes are available for the taking here by Hong Kong Attitude.
Yep, and we're gonna see the smile faces here of HKA Buriram United into their last line, last lifeline. If they lose this, it's gonna be over for their journey. But they are still looking optimistic on what is gonna happen for them here on game number 5. Buriram United needs to step up, needs to be better, needs to have F1 and Defoxen on board on those carries. And we're still gonna see HKA going to ban out those 2 Dark Slayer lanes. That is gonna be a threat for any kind of composition. It's gonna be the Florentino and the IV. They're not gonna let Overfly capitalize on the openings of these 2 heroes, and they are gonna be hovering onto the Elsu, one of the most picked marksmen here on the AIC. And if you guys are very, very curious on what the Elsu you already saw in your screens, he has a win rate of 56.86%. In total appearance rate, it's 89.36%. So most of the time that he is going to be available, he's either going to be banned or he is going to be picked. Although that is going to be a win rate only at the 56%. It is still going to be considerable because most of the time, if you put it into the correct hands, you're going to be able to win the clashes even before it starts. That's how you use the Nelsu, especially in the mid game where the damage already spikes, and when he hits a marksman or a mage, it usually deters the clash onto the opposing team, giving your team a lot of space. Plus the wards that he can actually place in the map is very, very crucial as well, because if you lose the towers and you have those wards in place, you're going to be able to spot where the rotations of the other side is. But Buriram United, they have picked up 8-3 strong hero composition already.
Yeah.
They picked up a Lubu, an Omen, and an Iggy who can deal a lot of damage, and a lot of sustainability is already on the first 3 picks of Buriram United. They can definitely sustain the members of HKA. Well, HKA are actually picking up that Roxy for that single target lockdown, and then an Illumia pick, who so far has not seen a lot of success in the clashes. Because one of the reasons is that he doesn't have the capability to actually go and sustain the damage. I mean, he doesn't have the mobility to actually escape in most of the situations. So he is also a squishy target. So if he's going to be locked down by the Omen, definitely that Illumia is going to say goodbye to his teammates.
Yeah, that is true. And that's why I kind of was a little bit confused when Hong Kong Attitude immediately picks up the Illumia. You know, not so sure if this is going to be helping them, as BRU is solidifying their composition with a lot of frontline power. Senyel even hovered right now to be their 4th pick. The amount of engage is really high coming from them. Also the damage with the Iggy. So this can be scary for Hong Kong Attitude, and I'm wondering how they are going to be responding to this. I'm already a while ago, I was already assuming they would go in for a double marksman to have a lot of damage in their kit with a decent amount of late game scaling, and the Elendor might just do the trick, but they are kind of lacking on the frontline department. And well, I'm not so sure though if the Rui is gonna be the best possible pick here for Hong Kong Attitude. What do you think?
Well, there is going to be that synergy between the Elender and the Rui. The problem here is that they're going to be bursted down, be locked down by the Omen, the Iggy, and then you're going to see a Selenos pick or here in Buriram United. I'm pretty scared on the composition of HKA because the only one that can sustain for them is going to be the Roxy, and we already know what is going to happen on that Roxy, especially if she's always going to be in the receiving end between the Telenos and also the Iggy. And if you add to the mix the front lines, the Lubu and also the Omen, she is definitely going to be suffering a lot going into this game. But if they can actually scale very well, if the Elsu can actually snipe the Iggy and the Telenos in certain situations, it is also going to be in favor of HKA, who has a lot of those range, a lot of sustainability, and also a lot of stopping power from the Roxy. And also, if the Rui is just going to be hovering into the back, there is going to be a knockback, a teleport. And if HKA can actually play this well, then the Elender can actually safely farm his way to the late game. While Buriram United, they have a lot of win conditions here. Is the Foxen going to be able to pop off on that Telenos? That is going to be one of the questions here. Because if he's not going to be popping off like the games that we saw in so far in the series, we're going to see Buriram United being eliminated here in game number 5.
Well, in theory, they do have a solid composition. So that should be what they are trying to execute now. Manifesting the power here of this draft that they do have. They have a solid chance on actually winning against Hong Kong Attitude, and I'm really excited on what we are about to see. You know, the Illumia pick here by Hong Kong Attitude. Can it really work this time, as we haven't, seen the best of a performance with the Illumia pick? Game number 5, a potential game number 6 extension here if BRU are gonna be able to take this win. As the game start, it's a standard start here for both teams. Well, there is gonna be pokes coming in here from Easy, as it has the Illumia, but a decent amount of poke can be made by Nuno as well. The phosphorus bombs dishing out some damage here on to Abao as they go and rotate. BRU, even, well, especially on the red side, they are gonna be rotating pretty hard and fast, since that is their playstyle. And with this kind of aggressive team, this is gonna be really scary, as they do like to make these rotations, allowing their marksman to farm up safely and also threatening those dives coming in. A while ago in game number 1, we saw them bullying Easy and Shaolin, and that can be their strategy once again in this game.
Yep, and still, we are not going to see the effectivity of Shaolin, especially if Overfly is the one that he's going to be matched up with. One of the reasons is Overfly is going to be naturally tanky. So in terms of the effectivity, he's not actually going to be able to be shut down. And it's going to give a lot of space to that Telenos on the bottom lane, since they are the ones who are going to have most of the bulk of those clears. And the Lubu and the Telenos is going to be onto the bot lane. Shaolin is going to go in for the snipe, missing F1 by a hair's breadth. And still, it's going in hot with CC on the back. The Roxy is suffering from all the damage. And yes, he is going to be knocked back with the teleport being used. But Abao is going to be taken by Buriram United with a strong front line. No one can actually sustain for himself. And the snipe is not going to be able to steal that Abyssal Dragon.
Yeah, it's basically early game dominance here by Buriram United Esports, taking out objective, taking up that first blood. And since Shaolin isn't online just yet with the snipe damage, they can't really pressure BRU just yet. They have to play this out safe. They have to avoid some of the team fights, and if they if they try to contest them or charge onto them head on, it can spell out disaster for Hong Kong Attitude. Nunu constantly, poking out the members of Hong Kong Attitude. He is gonna be a big threat onto HKA as they are starting this Dark Slayer, which is not gonna be contested here by BRU. They're gonna let it be taken by Hong Kong Attitude as they have made the reset on the base. So now they can actually look to assassinate someone as CC is in the bot lane. I'm not so sure if he's gonna be able to sustain in the damage. Yes, he is, especially with the help of Abao. Now they are onto the top side, split pushing here. Overfly trying to stop them with the help of Easy. OT comes in here from Nunu to try and dish them out. With the help of Abao once again, they are gonna be able to play this safely.
Yep, and even with the plays from Buriram United, they're actually, again, it's pretty interesting that they are not getting the gold lead that they want. So HKA actually is able to manage their creep waves, and that's going to be something that's going to be playing out pretty safely for HKA, because they're still going to be able to, get that competition in, because they're not actually in, although they did lose out the first blood on Abao being taken, it is not translating to any kind of advantage at all. And even if on the other games, whenever we see Buriram United taking in kills, they are not the one actually dictating the game. And this might be the same kind of process that's happening here on game number 5. Because if Buriram United is not going to be able to take the objective, or maybe secure kill on some of those heroes that are being farmed up, well, that's going to be a lot of combination with the Cataclysm, and Nunu suffers the brunt of it. That's how big of a player we're seeing. CC is in the area of and Roxy is just getting that teleport in, and he's not going to be taken back by F1 in that scenario, and that's going to force a clash here onto the tower, and he's still going to be able to teleport into that area. The disrupt has been used, and still there is going to be a red position here. This is the first time we're seeing this kind of gameplay from a Rowie in the AIC 2021.
Very playful play style here by Hong Kong Attitude, having cross-map plays, but I'm not so sure if it's gonna be super beneficial for them, as every time they leave the premises here of BRU, they take an objective. Now they have secured 2 dragons. Well, they can take the Dark Slayer later on, as CC is getting engaged, but with the help of Abao, again, he managed to escape. Now, there are multiple members here onto the bot side. No waves though, so they can take this turret as of the meantime. And it's 10 seconds before the Dark Slayer actually spawns. Now, with the help of Abao and Shaolin, they have successfully taken the bot side tier 1 and go back to the base once again to have their proper fast reset into fully gaining their health back to 100. And BRU are kind of getting confused on the situation. Now with Agnes Grip, they are gonna try to get a kill onto Overfly. KSSA looks to help him disengage with the help of F1. The amount of damage is relatively high on the side of HKA. Now with the ulti here by Abao, Cavalry is arriving, but they won't be able to take any kills. Even if Overfly is relatively low, they are still be able to disengage successfully. Shaolin, even with the snipes, hasn't been securing that much kills as of the moment, but he is aiding the team with regards to the pressure. Now they are pushing onto the top side, and they are going to be able to disengage successfully. Cross-map plays is the way to go here for Hong Kong Attitude. They have to be really careful, as most of their members are really squishy. Iggy's ult damaging them so much. One-fourth of their HP is removed already, and Hong Kong Attitude looks to just play this out safe with CC onto the side lane, Dada as well, looking for ways to actually split up the members of BRU. Now they're going onto the top side river, trying to catch out F1. They're not going to be able to do so, as CC is kind of far from the members of BRU.
Yep, he has been slowed down here. Cases is going to be spotting him out, and the shield burst is going to be slowing down him as well. Down script already being used here in the bottom lane, and the Cataclysm as well has been procced out. Euphroxen gets that tower onto the bot lane though. So that is going to be adding some into their gold advantage, at least. Since they are now trailing from HKA, who has that 500 gold lead. It is not substantial, but it can also affect on how the game is going to be progressing, since we're going to see a scale on HKA with most of the clashes, especially when the Cataclysms are actually connecting. And there's going to be some stuns from Easy. About is going to be suffering from the damage, and HKA's Dada is in the area, and KSSA might be taken out, and that's Shaolin going for the disengage.
Whoa.
Getting that snipe in, and a lot of stuns again. CC is going to go in hot, but is he going to be dying? With no, the answer is going to be that HKA secures another objective.
Yeah, and they're taking this Infinite Slayer. They're constantly going back to their base, they're gaining their health and going back in for another fight. BRU trying to respond in this kind of strategy with a Holy Dragon take. And now they are trying to spot out CC. But with the, of course, the help of Abao, he's going to be able to disengage successfully. This is going to be a bit of a waste of time here for Buriram United Esports trying to get a kill onto him. Of course, they're not going to kill him with the help of the Rui. And now, with them onto the bot side, there is a push here into the mid and the top side. And look at how HKA are squeezing in these objectives. Now they're trying to take out the mid lane tier 2. And there's also CC onto the bot side, just continuously split pushing. Even if they take this Infinite Slayer down, it's not going to be that much disadvantageous for Hong Kong Attitude, as they can just continue on the pressure with regards to the split push and also the rotations advantage that they do have. They're looking for ways for them to scatter the members of BRU, and now Shaolin snipes are starting to hurt. Whenever they connect onto the members of BRU, it's leaving such a huge mark with regards to the damage, and BRU should play this a little bit safe if they want to live and try to contest these rotations from Hong Kong Attitude. CC still on the side lane, same as Shaolin. All three members are here into the mid lane, trying to bait out the members of BRU. And now Abao is dueling against Overfly. Both of them are relatively tanky in a sense. They are just gonna be disengaging for the meantime, while CC is battling against KSSA. Most of the members of BRU are onto the bot side, so there is a prioritization onto the top and the mid to attract the members of BRU. And as it happens, well, Abao can just pop in the portal once again. CC is trying to get in an ulti onto someone, fails to do so. Now with the Cataclysm, they have interrupted the team fight here for BRU. They also have taken the tower in the mid lane. Shaolin is not going to be going back towards the base. Dada is also here, so they are just going to be disengaging for the meantime, allowing themselves to have that breathing room with regards to the economy, and waiting for the next 30 seconds, because that's the time before both objectives are going to spawn back again. And BRU still has no answer to this strategy.
Yes, and we're seeing that with the Cataclysm always in place, it gives them a safeguard whenever there is going to be a teleportation being procced out here with the Rui. And with the Roxy combo that we're seeing, they are going in for wave clears, and whenever the Roxy is actually going to be in danger, we're going to see that Abao is just going to be popping out that sacred ground, which gives them that repositional advantage. And the Cataclysm is going to be spotting out the members of BRU. They're not going to be scared with only Overfly in the area and F1 actually going in for his camps. So they have that vision, they have the information, and they have the capability to reposition. This is one of the scariest composition we have in the early game. Are we going to see an overturn from BRU though? KSSA Pops in the shield already, doesn't have it ready, and that is going to be CC in the area, suffering from all the damage, and the stuns are going to be procced out, so he's still going to be safely getting away. And with the damage that BRU suffered from, maybe this is a chance for HKA to actually go back and try to take this Holy Dragon. There is going to be a clear though with Dada going back again into the scene and using that teleporter. F1 is still going to be in the midst. That's going to be a hair's breadth miss for Shaolin. It is not going to be substantial since we're seeing that BRU has been so far been pressured by the members of Hong Kong Attitude, who's going to be securing that Holy Dragon. And with the Infinite Slayer on the bottom lane marching down there, they are just waiting and going for that wave clears with the Roxy here onto the top lane. About ready already with that sacred ground. They can teleport that Roxy if they so want to. BRU now is really being pressured by members of HKA. Overfly is going to be spotting out Abao, but he's not going to be committing just yet. He knows that Abao right now is going to be tanking, and with the damage and also the stuns coming in from Easy, they're just not ready just yet. And Defoxen goes in hot with that damage, and the snipe hits Nunu. I thought it was for Defoxen, but it was for Nunu, who's going to be deterred on that push. Shaolin finally fishes out the last outer turret of BRU. One more turret to their name, and we are going to see the Dark Lord Slayer spawning after 40 seconds.
Yeah, and well, Hong Kong Attitude is maintaining this sizable gold lead and also sneaking up these steals on the jungle camps of BRU. They're still struggling finding an opportunity here, especially, you know, we know BRU likes to engage, but if they are gonna be disabled in doing so because of the Rui, with the amount of help that he can actually give onto his teammates with the Void Portal and the Sacred Ground, is just too much of a hassle right now for BRU, because whenever they commit onto a lane trying to kill CC or maybe a Dada or anyone even, that's just gonna be a simple disengage made here by Hong Kong Attitude. So unless BRU can actually force a team fight wherein it is a 5v5, it's gonna be almost impossible for them to win this small skirmishes, as we see, you know, CC battling against KSSA in the bot lane. It's just a free split push for Hong Kong Attitude, as now they are trying to dive here onto the top lane. No more portal, and Dada falls down. This might be the mistake that BRU are looking for, an overcommit by Hong Kong Attitude, as Abao looks to disengage as well, as pop that to full health. Again, having Dada falling down can be detrimental for Hong Kong Attitude, so they have to play this extra safe. They have been a bit too confident in engaging CC as well. Can he actually escape? The answer is no, and another crucial mistake here by Hong Kong Attitude can be a bit of a hassle for them. And but now HKA are trying to secure this inhibitor tower. They are going to be able to disengage successfully, taking this inhib in exchange for the Dark Lord Slayer. But can they actually defend? Because this time, they're not going to be able to avoid BRU. They have to charge them head on, as the Dark Lord Slayer will push into the mid lane. So even if they have a good enough of a wave clear, if BRU engages onto them, it's going to be spelling out disaster. So the snipes here of Shaolin is very important. He has to hit those snipes. He has to chunk down the HP bars here of the members of BRU, because if he doesn't, the push is going to continue. The dive is going to be pushed through, and Hong Kong Attitude might just lose this chance to win against BRU. And it's still relatively healthy. Iggy with a bomb already. Nice ulti comes in with a Cataclysm, but the Agnes Grip is not really doing that much. The damage is still relatively insane on the side of BRU as they look to take down this inhibitor turret. The Slayer is still relatively healthy, pushing here, but Overfly getting chunked down. Difoxen takes a snipe as well, but F1 is looking to push this top side inhibitor tower while the bot lane is pushing against them. F1 can actually get taken down. The Agnes Gift connects, but he is still alive. BRU are living and they're not getting taken down as of the moment. Can CC actually survive? The answer is no, as another Cataclysm falls down, but it's not actually enough with regards to the damage. Dada is not doing that much. The damage is still not enough on the side of Hong Kong Attitude, and this is going to be the perfect opportunity for BRU with a 3 versus 5 scenario. Maybe they can actually end this if they force out a team fight, but they're respecting the snipes coming in from Shaolin. If they actually can dive, that's going to be the go signal. A bow nearly gets caught. They're now focusing onto the Nexus and might as well take this game.
Buriram United Esports is the one coming out on top on game number 5. And yes, there was a lot of brilliant plays coming in from HKA, but they were not able to stave off the sustainability of the fighter picks we saw from Buriram United. But don't fret, HKA did not expend a lot going into the draft, and that is one of their biggest. I guess this was more of a game for HKA to try out this kind of lineup against Buriram United, since they were not able to expend most of the picks. They only expended here the Elsu, the Roxy, and the Elandor. And this might still be into their hands, just like I said before this game started, with Buriram United picking out these big picks like the Lubu, the Omen, and also the Iggy and the Telanas, who so far has been one of the most winning combinations that Buriram actually have. But if they are not going to be able to field right here on game number 6 after this, it is going to be a disaster waiting to happen for them. But this is Buriram United being able to outlast HKA in those dizzying teleportations, void portals, sacred grounds, and also the advantages that HKA was able to accrue. It just didn't matter with the kind of combination that they have. They didn't have the damage to actually burst down the members of Buriram United Esports.
Yeah, the amount of... BRU has a team fight based composition, and the moment they have had the perfect opportunity to force a team fight, it's already a high probability of them winning. When they got the kill onto Dada, when they got the kill onto CC as well, it's already their game time to it. The timing was perfect. Dark Lord Slayer was available and they got a pick off. It translated to that objective take. It translated onto a push in the mid lane wherein Hong Kong Attitude has to actually face BRU, in which most, if not all throughout the game, they were avoiding confrontations. And now, since they had to confront them in the mid lane, it's definitely not favorable for them. A definitive team fight composition and an execution on the side of BRU led them to this win. And now with a 3-2 score line, they're slowly catching up with regards to the game. And I'm kind of curious if they can actually tie this game and push us to a game number 7.
Yep, and I guess the game pivoted to the advantage of Buriram United on the first kill. The first kill that they got on the Elender, and that's one of the biggest caveats of actually relying onto the void portals of a Rowie, because it makes it a lot more predictable. When the Ember's Gaze actually hit him off where he couldn't teleport back into the base, it was just smooth sailing already for Buriram United, who's just going to be able to secure the kill on the Elender. And the Elender so far has been underperforming. One of the reasons is that, yeah, you can deal a lot of damage with the Elender as long as you have the free looks. But if you're going to be picking out a double marksman though, you're not going to have enough front lines for your team to actually sustain you guys into those fights. And that's what happened here again with the Rowie being picked out. Since they don't have anyone besides the Roxy pick, to actually be the one soaking in the damage, they were losing up most of those engagements. If although we did see a lot of amazing wave clears from this team, but at the end of the day, it is just about winning and destroying the turrets in time. And HKA and Buriram United, they are at the 3-2. HKA still can close this at game number 6. But looking at the scoreboard, there is not much of any kills in to actually speak of. This is a game where there are low kills being made by both sides. So the aggression isn't really there for the early to the middle game. And we only have a 3-kill advantage on Buriram, and that's just a 2-5 in the kill scoreboard. In terms of gold, we did see HKA actually spiral out of control just because they were controlling the lanes, they were getting the pushes, but once the kills were accruing, Buriram United was able to take more from HKA. And the towers are going to be tied, but the Dragons' players are also gonna be in favor of HKA since they have a one objective take advantage over BRU. But it doesn't matter because on the clashes they actually lost, and that is a testament on how BRU was just sitting out and holding out strong. And we're gonna see the MVP, the one that actually enabled that kill onto the Elder. It's gonna be Nunu on that Iggy, 100% KP with a KDA of 203. The damage he's dealt is very substantial, 198k. Roll gold difference 1.5k. MVP points 11.6. This is his 5th MVP of this tournament. And before we go into game number 6 for the conclusion maybe or the continuation of the series, we're gonna go for a very short break. Once again, my name is Vittorio, this is Giyang. We'll be right back after we let the players rest. And this is the Arena Valor International Championships 2021. Don't touch that browser.
I'm not going to hurt you much.
Again towards his base as some fight breaks through in the mid lane. Moop actually is gonna get caught out. He won't be able to live anymore. Ipa Pro tries to save the day, but
is getting the bulk of the damage from B Gaming. There's a tornado being propped out. Kwanga is in the area. The Good Breaker is going to be used. The Dark Dominion as well. That's the Star Sky. He propped out. Marius getting a lot of damage. Virgil LB as well. Gets that Dragon Flame. And they are going to be taking some of the advantage against D-Tac Talent. And that's Ember's Case connecting to two of their members. Getting a double kill.
onto Bertleby. Now with a numbers advantage, they're looking to spread out towards the bot side here for that, but not without a fight here into the mid lane. Shaolin is gonna dive with Easy, but without the other members, you know, that's gonna be a bit of a mistake as Easy dies in the process. With a good execution here by V Gaming. Now they're opting to split push onto the side lane. Huang Hai is getting dived here by CC, but now as the backup comes through, can they actually get the kill? The outplay is going to be present by Huang Hai.
In any objectives for now. They are in the lead, and that is going to be a hook. And also a tornado being used. The orb is going to be plucked out. Mars is going to be able to get out of harm's way, and that is going to be the embrace being used on Dada. Is he going to be able to take on Kwang Hai? Actually misses out the drone route, and that's resulting to Dada actually being able to get out. But with the double trouble coming in from Wang TD, it is going to be enough to get that kill. And look at the damage coming in from Wang TD and Marin. They are able.
Hello and welcome back to the arena Valor International Championships 2021. My name is Vittorio. With me is Kiyang. We are now at game number 6 of this best of 7 series between Buriram United Esports and Hong Kong Attitude. Hong Kong Attitude still has that match point. If they closed it out on game 6, it could possibly this could possibly be the end of the line for Buriram United. But if BRU is going to be able to clinch this game number 6 against them, it's going to be a free-for-all. We can consider this best of 7 as a best of 1 on game number 7, where every hero is again going to be available. So this is not the scenario that HKA wants to play out. They did save a lot in all of their global bans and picks, and we can actually see them later on the screen, wherein most of the picks that they were utilizing on game number 5 wasn't really high win rate heroes. It's actually very hard to actually pull off a win with a double marksman comp, especially if you're facing off an Omen and also a Lubu. So maybe I thought that this was a game where HKA just wants to expend these picks, and they didn't want to contest on game number 5. So in game number 6, definitely they're gonna be pulling off the best draft that they can make with the remaining picks that they have. Although the last game pick for HKA on their composition was actually to the point wherein we saw that there was a chance for victory. They were pushing back the members of Buriram United and making them scramble all throughout the map just because of the Void Portal and the Sacred Ground.
Yeah, I mean, it was actually an exciting game, especially on how Hong Kong Attitude executed their draft. However, BRU not letting go, not giving up, them just looking to engage and engage and engage and engage and engage. When they actually had the chance after taking out Dara, it was already written, especially after that fantastic kill by Nunu with the ulti stopping the Void Portal for him to actually go back to the base. And when he actually popped back up with a second life, he was just immediately blown. And now as we see the global picks and bans, BRU and Hong Kong Attitude still has some options, but like what you said, there is a little bit more options on the side of Hong Kong Attitude, but they are going to be on the red side. BRU on the blue side. Once again, let's see if they are going to be having a really good priority on their first pick, or can Hong Kong Attitude force BRU to get something away from them. I mean, Superman hasn't been picked up yet here by Hong Kong Attitude, same as the Tullen, but it's gonna be removed. I mean, BRU, naturally we can see that they are gonna be removing the Superman as well. Oh, there's a peace sign there by BRU, having the utmost confidence as a team. HKA, can they actually get... Oh, okay. The Lubu might actually be taken away here by BRU. So, Superman is available for the side of Hong Kong Attitude. For the first time, it is not banned. So, this can be the draft here by Hong Kong Attitude, but I'm thinking that BRU might just be prepared for that Superman.
Yes, they can actually field some combinations like this Key, who can just stop the flight of the Superman, and with a combination of Dragon Spade, especially if he can pin the Superman in the wall, there's gonna be a lot of damage coming in the Key. Even with that tanky build, he can peel out a lot of the heroes, especially Marksman. And the Key is gonna be the first hover here by Buriram United, and they did lock on that hero. HKA still has a lot of options we saw in the global ban picks, and the Florentino, and also in the combination there, they're gonna be maybe using that Superman in the support position if they do pick that out. The Kafeni is gonna be over here by HKA, but with Buriram United already picking out that hero, I guess another hero could actually be more viable to actually be first pick, but they are locking it in because maybe they want to know if they are going to use the Florentino based on the combination of heroes that we're going to see from Buriram United. That's how HKA wants to draft right now. In the first 3 picks might be a Violet and also an Avoy. They are going in for that late game potential with a lot of pokes on that Marksman and of course the Jungler. So definitely this is still going to be a very strong pick for Buriram United. There is someone that can disrupt on the backline and not let the Kafeni get that free hits and free looks that he has. And also with the Violet, they're going to be dealing substantial damage as long as she is not going to be closed in by the members of HKA. But still, we're waiting for the 3rd pick. And they are now hovering onto an Arrow, who is gonna be very surprising since so far we haven't seen a lot of success on the Arrow pick, and one of the reasons is that he is gonna be predictable, especially when he uses the Demonic Arm ultimate, wherein he can just be outpositioned in some of the contests. So the total pick rate so far on the air roll here in the AIC, including the group stages, this is the 8th time that we're gonna see Aero being picked out in the AIC 2021, and he has so far a 50% win rate. So in those 8 times he got picked, 4 of those times it results to a loss. So we're not gonna see some effectivity right now on the Aero pick.
Well, Hong Kong attitude as well. We have seen BRU ban out the Mina most of the time for Hong Kong attitude because they know how much team fighting power HKA has. I'm wondering if this time, since it's free, will they actually, opt in to take it, as they are hovering a different, a lot of surprises, honestly, on the side of Hong Kong attitude. They are, will this be helping them? I'm kind of surprised at this. I'm not so sure if this is gonna be the best possible pick here on the side of Hong Kong attitude, as we don't normally see this happening onto them. But since it's already the 6th game, there's no room for hesitation. They have to pick up all the heroes that they have left, and I'm wondering if this Alistair can be the best possible pick on the side of Hong Kong attitude. Mina being available and Hong Kong attitude not getting it, BRU are gonna be the ones to take that opportunity, along with the Ignis being picked up. What are your thoughts on these last picks, Vittorio?
I mean, all of the heroes that we're seeing from Buridam United is a direct counter on the Superman. A lot of crowd controls on their side, especially if you add Ignis and Mina to the mix. And there is going to be some slows as well when the grenades of Violet gets a hit onto the Superman. So that's a lot of deterrence. But on the lineup of HKA, it is more about zone control. They are picking out heroes that can probably defend Kafeni in those sticky situations, like the Alistair and the Superman. I guess the sets are not going to be reliant on the Superman pick just because of how hard it is to actually put out that speeding bullet, and also refreshing the passive of that Superman in this kind of lineup from BRU, who is definitely reeling in from a lot of crowd controls and slows. While HKA, they finish it off with an Arthur. So this is looking to have 3 strong tanks on HKA that can probably out-sustain the damage that we're going to expect from BRU, because who's going to be dealing life percentage damage? Nobody is going to be able to destroy HKA in the late game, especially with a lot of the protection afforded on that Kafeni. It is going to be all about Shaolin here on to game number 6. If they're gonna be able to get Shaolin to get all of those free looks, definitely HKA is coming out with a win. But if BRU is gonna be able to deter and actually able to dive that Kafeni in, it is gonna be BRU taking game number 6 and forcing a game number 7. Ladies and gentlemen, those on you on the comment section, comment down. Who do you think? Is it going to be BRU with a lot of crowd controls, or is it going to be HKA with a lot of zone control? We're going to see here in game number 6. In a matter of seconds, the game is now going to be starting, and I'm pretty excited and stoked what kind of performance HKA and BRU are going to show us for this game, clinching game number 6. And the game is now going to be starting. On the blue side, we're going to see Buridam United Esports spawning here on the field. And on the red side, we're going to see Hong Kong Attitude spawning in the red side. Game number 6 is going to be starting. BRU against HKA.
Let's see who's gonna come on top. This can be the final game here if Hong Kong Attitude can actually get this win. But a lot of counters has been made here by Buriram United Esports. Hong Kong Attitude with a muscle power here with a lot of front lines. Let's see if they can actually protect Shaolin, because I'm kind of scared on the amount of burst damage that F1 can actually deal on the backside. So that can be something that they are gonna be a little bit cautious about, as Overfly and CC are gonna be battling against each other. You talked about the possible counters on the Superman, and well, although it is the crowd control can be a hassle for the Superman pick, the rotation still is present in this pick by CC, as he has a lot of movement speed with the flight mode and a decent amount of wave clear. So he's gonna be able to kind of retaliate in some of these locations of Hong Kong Attitude if there is gonna be a possible team fight. But right now, they are generally playing this out safe for the meantime. A standard clear by both junglers, a prioritization by BRU all the time on the Spirit Sentinel, but Hong Kong Attitude are just wanting to scale. You talked about HKA building a sizable team fight based composition with that heavily relies on scaling, that they aren't gonna be able to be dying that much, or at least not much casualty on their side or death threat, because BRU doesn't have that percent HP damage. Most of them, or all of them, actually just deals flat damage. So that can be something that HKA are gonna be looking out for, as the Abyssal Dragon's Beast. But the steal by Dada is genius, taking both objectives now for Hong Kong Attitude, as the Spilling Bullet now connects here by CC. Lots of crowd control being made by the Superman pick. Nunu now is being suppressed by Easy. Can they actually get a kill? Fussalad is dealing a lot of damage, but not enough to secure that first blood. BRU backs off, and HKA are happy still with both of the objectives taken by them.
Yup, and for now, we're gonna see that Kafeni is gonna be the main damage dealer here for Hong Kong Attitude. It is gonna be expected, although, yeah, we're gonna still see some damage coming in from Easy, especially if he puts that Matrix of Flow into the area where he can actually go for those traps. And HKA right now is actually rotating fast, because Abao on that Arthur has that global, you can say global mobility, just because he can run very, very fast. And most of the rotations here for HKA is also going to be high octane, just because the Superman and the Arthur can actually traverse the lanes as fast as they could, while KSSA is always going to be stuck on actually protecting the Foxen in this area, because the only target that they need to think about is to take Shaolin out of the game. And we're gonna see a two-man rotation here. CC just going in with the Man of Steel. Dada is in the area. He's gonna be spotted out by Nunu. He's gonna be stunned, and that's also the ultimate being procced out to deal and probably try to mitigate the effectiveness on Dada in contesting any clashes.
Yeah, and well, BRU is just trying to play this out safe, but it is gonna be a little bit of a hassle for them if they can't actually pressure Hong Kong Attitude that much. They have to secure some kills, and they have to shut down or slow the scaling here of the Kafeni, because later on he's going to be dealing a lot of damage. Same goes with the Difoxen. But Hong Kong Attitude is not going to be pressured that much, but maybe so, as CC falls down, first blood comes through, and it's Difoxen that gets a kill. A best possible case here for the gold funneling, as Abao is going to be the next target. KSSA is relatively tanky, so he's not gonna be that much scared of the Arthur, as he is also, you know, being able to sustain a sizable amount of damage. And BRU already starting this early game in their favor. If they can pull up more picks like that, especially if they can funnel it on to Difoxen in getting the kills, that can be a big problem for Hong Kong Attitude, because it will take some time for Abao, Dada, and also CC to be tanky enough.
Yep, and we're gonna see Buriram United starting that Dark Slayer. And this is gonna be uncontested while the Abyssal Dragon has been started by Hong Kong Attitude. Nunu is gonna be spotting them out. That's a flame crash with the Rain of Fire. Still Dada gets that secure. They get a objective advantage against Buriram Esports. So they still has that gold into equilibrium. About might be spotted out with F1 not going in with the Dragon's Claw so far. KSSA is gonna spot them out. CC might be in danger, but look at the damage. Easy is gonna be trapped with that magic prison. Is he gonna be taken out? The orb is gonna be procced down. The Holy Embers is gonna be procced down as well. F1 is going to get a miss and uses a Dragon's Wrath to close the gap and still secure that kill for themselves. And CC is going in for the defense, going in with the Frostbreath as well. Shaolin secures that turret while the members of Buriram United are actually rotating into the bot side. Is he going to be able to secure the second tier turret? I think not, but still, that is a win for HKA. The magic prison being used. Nunu is going to be in danger with 4 of the members able to peel him up. Dada uses his arm and axes Nunu.
The suppression is real. That definitely is allowing Hong Kong Attitude to get some kills, even though BRU secured the first blood and also punished easy for that overextension. Hong Kong Attitude still has the lead, even though it's 400. This is already enough for them to keep their momentum going on. And later on, they're going to be able to muscle out the members of BRU. That is how scary this composition of Hong Kong Attitude is. Look at the Bao, not scared at all. He's just spinning to winning here against KSSA and Daifoxin. And with the facility, they are going to be able to clear out or deal some damage onto Daifoxin and KSSA. But there's a fight here onto the top. Let's see who is going to be very, very low. Overfly needs to disengage. A Bao is just spinning. He's just continuously dealing about damage. But CC, under the tower, you're not tanky enough to take that insane amount of damage as he is going to be falling down. HKA now a bit of overextension with them being punished by it, by BRU. They have to relatively play this out safe, because if they continue to make those mistakes, it's gonna be just BRU seizing on the opportunity, as Bao is taking a buttload of damage coming in from BRU. He's still gonna be able to disengage successfully, but they have to keep watch of Easy, because the amount of damage that he actually deals is kind of insane, along with his wave clear. Now Hong Kong Attitude looking to secure this bot lane tier 1. They forced out their Foxen to go back to the base, and since they have the priority on the Holy Dragon, might as well take it after they zoned out F1. Now Bao going in, forces that ulti coming in from F1. Without it, well, it's a go time right now for HKA to try and take this tier 1 tower. Might be a Holy Dragon take as well, as Dada is onto the top side, clearing out the wave. I think Hong Kong Attitude can still take this Holy Dragon, but without the jungler, maybe it's a safer choice to wait for Dada for now. They are starting dealing the damage here. They know for the fact that BRU might hesitate in contesting this, but at speeding bullet now by CC, can they actually get the damage done? KSC is very low, pops out the orb, and he's still gonna get taken down. For Salat now being used onto Nunu, and he's still gonna get killed. 2 kills picked up here now by Hong Kong Attitude as the fight still goes on. Bao is not dealing that much damage, it's just zoning the members here of BRU, while Dada is securing this Holy Dragon. So now, a while ago, 400 gold lead is just a little, but now it's going hard even more. Daifoxin tries to get a trade onto Shaolin, but it's not that much help on them. It's still just a decent amount of farm being made here by Daifoxin, a good gold funneling onto him. But Hong Kong Attitude still gaining the upper hand now with a little above 1.5k gold lead against BRU. They're starting to pressure all the lanes. We're seeing CC and Dada split pushing onto the side lanes because they know they can protect Shaolin in the mid lane later on with the help of Easy as well. And CC now looking for some vision onto the blue side jungle of BRU. They want to take this tower and might as well do it since CC and Apao are just so tanky. And now with 3 turrets down, all the outer turrets secured, only the top lane has been destroyed here on the side of Hong Kong Attitude. And now, because of that, they have a big jungle access on the side of BRU as they start this Infinite Slayer. I don't think they can actually contest this due to the fact that a lot of crowd control and zoning control is available for the side of Hong Kong Attitude. And because of this, Infinite Slayer taken. Might as well take the Holy Dragon later on as they continue to build their lead up.
Yep, and we're gonna see F1 trying to make some plays for his team, going in for the defense pushing up for the bot lane, getting that wave minions to crash onto the tower. It is gonna be a late rotate with some damage being dealt on the tower as well. There is gonna be a lot of surprise onto the side of Buriram United, especially when they are outpositioned most of the clashes because of the Superman, and with Bao being too tanky in the front, it makes it hard for the Foxen actually. And Easy is gonna be the one picked onto that lottery, but without any kind of follow-up from Buriram United, they're not gonna be securing any kind of kills. And Dada is in the area spawning that Slayer. The full slot is going to be procced out case if they uses that hook in the Dark Dominion as well. Bao is going to be left. Dip Impact is going to be used and the crits are piling up. But still, with the damage that they are dealing, F1 is just going to reposition and the Slayer is not going to be getting that bottom lane tier 2. But while it is happening, the mid lane tier 2 has been taken now. It's gonna be opening up a hole on the rotation of Buriram. And F1 and the other members of Buriram United are now grouping up. They don't want to get picked off. And this is how much pressure HKA is piling up on their side at a 12-minute mark. We're gonna see Kafeni at an 8.8k. But still, we're going to see a lot more itemizations onto the Voxen, who was able to secure 2 kills for himself.
Yeah, and, well, I really like the Ignis pick to try and stop the flank here by CC, but it's not really super helping BRU in the rotations because Hong Kong Attitude still are taking all the objectives, 4 towers, 2 slayers, 4 dragons compared to just 1 slayer and a tower here by BRU. The gold lead is not that high though, so BRU can still come back in this game if they can have a proper team fight execution here against Hong Kong Attitude. 30 seconds before another Infinite Slayer spawns, and Hong Kong Attitude are sure to take this since they want to push out the bot lane and the top as well. Maybe open up the mid if they have the opportunity to do so. BRU grouping up like what you said, since they don't want to have to be in a position disadvantageous on a team fight, and since they can actually stop the Superman from flanking, that's gonna be them forcing that flicker out of CC. After catching him out, I think he was a little bit surprised that they're all there in that particular location. Slayer already spawned up, and Hong Kong Attitude are starting it with a push onto the side lanes because they know if they can force out rotations here by BRU, that is gonna be the chance here for Hong Kong Attitude when the Dark Lord Slayer actually spawns up. And Dada has been popping off as a jungler in this game. A while ago, he has stolen the Abyssal Dragon and allowing his team to scale up pretty hard with all the objectives taken in this game. If they can actually get the Dark Slayer, it can force a team fight here by BRU in which Hong Kong Attitude at this point can actually win.
Yep, and with all the sustainability that we've been seeing onto HKA's lineup, they are in the upside for now. But if Buriram is going to be able to wombo combo the crowd controls that they have and make it a combination wherein CC is not going to be able to make a play, then they can actually have a chance to actually defeat HKA and the engagement. But the problem here is that after that, Abao is still going to be waiting and actually going to be tanking most of the damage of BRU. So that is one of the predicaments. It's either they go in hard for CC or they try to go all in on Shaolin, which is going to be protected by Easy and also Abao. So the zone control that we're seeing from HKA is just too hard to actually compete with. And the Dark Lord Slayer has been started, and this is going to be a deep impact being used by Abao to get that stun. The Demonic Arm is going to connect in the Fusilat as well. Easy puts in the trap there with the Matrix of Foe. They are going to be disengaging still. That is a nice attempt for BRU to stall the taking of that Dark Lord Slayer. And with Dada still needs to regenerate back into the space and recall and take more resources for himself, that is going to be prolonging the take on that objective. F1 scouts out that Dark Lord Slayer. Not much of an engagement is going to happen just yet. CC is going to be spotting out Overfly in this moment, using that speeding bullet to maybe damage and harass Overfly. He is making them think that they are all in the bottom lane. But since the speeding bullet has been used, Overfly might be going in hot. That's just a lot of those punches being used, and Easy shows himself and scares Overfly to actually disengage. The Might Golem is going to be taken by Defoxin, but looking at the build of Defoxin, he's actually going in for a lot of DPS with the Slick Sting, a War Boots, Clay Sancti, and a Muramasa. And a Bull Slaughter to top it all off for the sustainability. He can actually survive some of the engagements that's going to happen, but it is still a sight to see, since a lot of these heroes are actually going to gun for that Violet, who's going to be the main focal point of damage for Buriram United Esports. Another engagement might be happening in the bot lane with the Superman actually showing himself and harassing Overfly in most of the situations. F1 is just using the Dragon Claw. The speeding bullet is going to be used. A lot of those stunts are going to be procced out. CC is going to be in the area, and that's going to be a magic prison, and they secure a kill on F1, who is the main disruptor, and Overfly is doing his best, and he is going to be hit with a Demonic Arm Shaolin. It's going to be hard. The Fusilat is also going to be used. The Rain of Fire plus the Holy Embers being procced out here by Nunu gets that counter kill, and also another axe coming in from Dada is going to connect. He is almost taken out, but the concussive shots are not going to connect, and this is a win for HKA.
And now, since F1 is dead, they can actually start this Dark Lord Slayer, and they're pathing towards this location already. 3 versus 5 is gonna be the fight here for BRU if they are gonna be looking to contest this Dark Lord Slayer. And they have to, because this will be the way for Hong Kong Attitude to actually push out the base, and now they're doing it. CC has a good flank now, targeting Difoxen, and he's just being bullied, muscled out in this location. He can't do anything, and he's just gonna get taken down. There's a flank here by F1 onto Easy. Can he actually get a kill? The answer is yes. And he's gonna be disengaging for a moment. 1-for-1 trade, still advantageous here a little bit on the side of Hong Kong Attitude, but maybe so as well on BRU, because most of the members of HKA are very low, so they can't take this Dark Lord Slayer. They have to reset. A flicker used here by Nunu to try and catch out CC with the help of F1, but it's not enough. So now, what is gonna be the path here for Hong Kong Attitude? They can't take the Slayer just yet because they have to wait for Easy, and this will buy enough time for BRU to scale back up. Still, a 5,000 gold lead for Hong Kong Attitude is helping them scale up even more. But they have to be really careful, because a while ago, even with the numbers advantage, BRU still managed to fight back with the amount of damage that they do have with Difoxen and also F1 and Nunu. They're looking to have a proper positioning to try and snipe out Easy and Shaolin. And if they do, it's going to be disastrous for HKA. CC is just doing his works here onto the bottom side, looking to distract the members of BRU, while the rest of the members of Hong Kong Attitude are positioning themselves for this Dark Lord Slayer. Bao and KSSA are just watching each other, looking for anyone that is gonna be entering this top side river, while CC is just continuously applying pressure onto the bot side. I think if Hong Kong Attitude are gonna be spotting out Overfly, and F1, it's gonna be their go signal to start this Dark Lord Slayer, and they do spot out Overfly. They are starting the Dark Lord Slayer. KSSA though is here. He has the Flicker available along with the Dark Dominion as a Bao is taking a bit of damage. Dada goes in as well, but takes a buckload of his HP down because of the damage here by Nunu and Difoxin. But they disengage. They're not tanky enough yet to actually sustain most of the damage here from BRU.
Yep, and we're seeing a spike onto Defoxin, but how long is he gonna be able to actually deal the damage that he needs? F1 is always taking out, and look at the damage of Defoxin. Piling up onto CC. They need more armor items to engage, and F1 is going to be in the area using the Dragon's Rod immediately because he's learned already when it's easy, gets that magic prison in, it's going to be hard for himself, and Overfly is going to be spotting out CC, who's just regenerating the health that he is actually suffering from. And Defoxin gets that hit again onto CC. That's a lot of rolls for sure if he wants to kill that Superman. He needs the help of Nunu on that aspect, especially on F1 as well. If F1 is not going to be able to get the engagements right, we're going to see HKA just piling up and just killing the front line of Buriram United. We're now in the parts of the late game where everyone has their lock items except for a Bao in this aspect, who maybe is going to be making for a Mail of Pain but misses out that speeding bullet. CC is going in hard. A Bao is going to be spotting out F1, who's just trying to go and damage the Superman of HKA. Look at the damage of F1 being substantial, but if Shaolin is in the area, that might be a focal point wherein he just overextends himself. And CC just goes in with the Man of Steel. Overfly again, getting some damage onto Bao. Defoxin just rolling and then using the concussive shot. Bao just takes it in the face value, and CC again with the Man of Steel, not gonna be hit with the stun. If he gets chained here, Buriram United could actually take out CC at the moment, and he is going to be dealing damage on Defoxin, who uses the grenade to slow him down and regenerates his health by killing that small camp.
Yeah, and now, you know, it's still a continuous pressure being made by Hong Kong Attitude, but the problem is they can't really start this Dark Lord Slayer. They have to win a team fight first, or maybe at least take down F1 or maybe Difoxin for them to actually get this Dark Lord Slayer. But now, even with all the members of BRU alive and well, they are starting it because they spotted Overfly and F1 onto the bot side. They are going to be disengaging. They are respecting the damage coming in and the initiation from KSSA. And this is starting to be really scary for both teams. One mistake can be a big problem for a team. And slowly but surely, BRU are catching up. Speeding Bullet has been used already by CC to try and catch Overfly. F1 is going to be the next target, but it's easy getting caught as well, and that is going to be huge! And they get a kill. Shaolin is trying to free hit from the side. Fusilov being used, but he gets pulled here by KSSA. It's going to be spelling out disaster right now for Hong Kong Attitude as they can't survive this team fight. Ulti used here by Dada to disengage. CC is just cutting the wave in the mid lane, but they forgot about bot, and that is the go now for BRU, starting the push. Very long death timers, 25 seconds, and this can be the game end as they go in onto Shaolin. They get him, and now they are trying to get him once again. Can they actually get a kill? The answer is yes. It is only Dada, maybe only CC remaining alive, trying to stop the push, flickering out, stopping the wave, but he forgets that he doesn't get that wave just yet, and because of that, BRU pushes us to game number 7.
Buriram United Esports forcing out that game number 7. We can consider this now as the next game is going to be a best of 1. That's going to be an amazing play coming in from Buriram United Esports. And if it is going to be an indication, BRU is a strong team at the start of a series. And since game number 7, they have a free pass to get the picks that they want to conclude this best of 7 series. It is going to be looking out for BRU. and HKA might be losing out the series after a dominating 3-1.
It's a much of a surprise. BRU catching up onto Hong Kong Attitude after suffering 3 consecutive losses in the series, and now the score is tied. It's now go signal for BRU with this comeback. It is not impossible right now for them to actually take this win in the series. They have struggled so much, but they stayed strong. And now, even in this game, as we check out the highlight, how they have been able to hold their ground even if Hong Kong Attitude has a sizable lead, 5,000, 6,000. It's simply not enough for them to actually take down BRU because of the amount of pressure they have made, especially with the draft that they do have. And even if Hong Kong Attitude has a lot of damage in their kit, BRU finds a way. And after they have killed Easy, after choking him out, Hong Kong Attitude right now is gonna be very nervous for this last game, because BRU's momentum is really high.
Yeah, and one of the most crucial mistakes that we've seen here in game number 6 is the positioning of the mid laner of HKA. Easy being taken out at the start of the clash means that the protection that the Kafeni was afforded was not there. Without the Matrix of Foe, without the traps, without the Magic Prison, how can you actually let that Kafeni survive? And that is a very, very crucial mistake from HKA. And this is what happens when you get too pressured. I feel like the call there was HKA. CC was starting out and trying to take down Overfly, or maybe take down F1. But the problem is that they went to a path wherein there was a convergence, and we all know that the mobility of the Alistair isn't really there for that mage hero, and one of the reasons why he actually falls off in the meta. So once he got caught out, there was no chance that he was going to be able to get out. Once he uses the flicker, he used the orb, so that gave a lot of positioning for the members of BRU to finish him off. And after the Alistair got finished off, there's just no one who can actually deal magic damage on their side. And the advantage that HKA built just crumbled down in a matter of seconds.
That was the pivotal moment. The turnaround that BRU was looking for all throughout the game. The pick-off that can actually allow them to win and extend the series to a game number 7, catching out Easy. And they have been looking for that pick for so long. And a little problem on the side of Hong Kong Attitude is that they were very much hesitating. They felt the pressure of BRU and they couldn't actually commit onto the Dark Lord Slayer. And that paved the way for BRU. Look at how they actually caught up with the gold. Look at the lead that Hong Kong Attitude already had. This graph is basically art. And Vitor, please explain this to us.
Yeah, I mean, in this kind of graph, you're going to see HKA mostly piling up the gold advantages. But in terms of the late game, advantages are just numbers. Because if everyone already has items, what is the use of the gold advantage that you've built? In BRU, they just held strong. They knew that they had the mobility, and one of the 2 win conditions that they had is either take out Easy or take out Shaolin. And Easy being taken out at the opening seconds and being out position gave a lot of opportunity on BRU, because HKA built a lot. They got most of the objectives, but it didn't matter, because at the last part of the clashes where the number advantage was on BRU, HKA was just waiting for their deaths to happen. And that's what happened in game number 6. Game number 7 is going to be a free-for-all for everyone involved. And the MVP of game number 6 is going to be Violet, who has a 60% KP, a 313 KDA. Damage dealt is only at 147k, but it doesn't matter because it was the most crucial damage that he's ever dealt here in AIC. The roll goal difference is going to be 2.4k. MVP points is at 11.4. And this is his 5th MVP of the AIC 2021.
A fantastic performance by Daifoxen. To think that Hong Kong Attitude's draft heavily favors them in trying to shut down or prevent the Violet from being able to free hit. And we saw multiple instances wherein he was getting zoned out constantly, but with the help of the teammates as well, and with the confidence that they do have, it paved a way for Daifoxen to just be able to free hit, especially being able to poke out the members of Hong Kong Attitude was vital as well. Whenever CC tries to go in, whenever Dada and also Abao tries to zone them out as they clear out the wave, Daifoxen was always there poking out the damage and also maintaining his distance, keeping his distance away from those front lines, and being able to just allow his teammates to not that much focus on him, because they also have their roles in the game. They wanted to get a kill onto Easy, and when they got it, it's just GG already. For most of the time, we saw as well KSSA zoning the members of Hong Kong Attitude, especially in that Dark Lord Slayer pit. And whenever Hong Kong Attitude wants to take it for themselves, KSSA was always there. Nunu and Daifoxen were just poking the members of Hong Kong Attitude, and because the hesitations were there, slowly but surely BRU caught up with the items as well, and basically team fighting prowess was shown here by BRU. The amount of confidence they do have as a team allowed them to actually get this win against Hong Kong Attitude, and we no longer saw the hesitations on them compared to the first on game number 2 to 4. They fixed it up. They now have the better read onto Hong Kong Attitude, and now they push this to a game number 7, a potential comeback by Buriram United Esports, and if they do, it's gonna be a well-deserved win for sure.
Yup, and with game number 7 starting, HKA and Buriram Esports has all of the heroes available to them except for the heroes that are gonna be banned. Of course, Aya is not gonna be available for anyone. That is for sure.
Never.
HKA is gonna be the first pick. They are on the blue side, while on Buriram United, they are the ones having 2 picks after the first pick of HKA. And I'm gonna be pretty curious on what kind of bans are we gonna expect from HKA. DRU so far has won all of their game number 1 actually. Game number 1s so far in the playoffs are always secured by BRU. So I'm expecting that BRU is actually going to have the advantage in this type of scenario where all of the picks are already refreshed, because they are the kind of team that is very, very strong at the start. So if BRU can actually use that to their advantage, yeah, let's see if BRU can actually do it well for them. But they banned out Atolan, which is one of their focal heroes for F1. HKA is going to be locking in onto a first pick Irie. So this is going to be a very ballsy move. It means that they are going hard for their late game as well, because Irie is one of those premier Dark Slayer laners that is actually able to wreak havoc. That in the performance of CC, I'm actually seeing that HKA is actually having a problem onto the Dark Slayer lane, because we're seeing CC most of the time throwing up a lot of deaths to the side of Buriram United, and it resulted to a lot of difficult situations for HKA. Buriram United went in for that Lorian in Laville. The initiation of Laville is very, very good with the double trouble, especially when they actually used it on game number 1 of the series, wherein after the double trouble hits, it is just going to be misery left for those that are going to hit. And with the Laville pick, they actually countered up with the Roxy because they were expecting that Roxy was the one going to be picked up and going to be synergizing with the Laville, but they actually went all out. They went for that Superman pick to actually set them up in this game number 7.
It's a similar draft by BRU in game number 1 of the series against Hong Kong Attitude, and it's starting to be really scary for HKA. You know, even if they have the Roxy, it can still be disastrous because of the amount of initiating power with the Superman and the Laville. So many crowd controls with these first 3 picks of BRU, and as the second banning phase continues, you know, Kira, Aoi, Joker taken away already. Hong Kong Attitude, what will be their last pick? Since they already have taken away, you know, Tulin is no longer available. In the first game of BRU, they picked off an Alice even and a Wonder Woman. But since they already have the Lorian, I'm not so sure if they're going to be picking up the Wonder Woman, although it does have a sizable amount of crowd control and a good initiating tool for the members of BRU. Elendor is going to be the one to be taken away here by HKA. They don't have a marksman just yet on their side. I'm wondering what they will be able to, what will they decide to pick up, because it's going to be really scary to contest the BRU, especially in team fights. And now they're even hovering the zip. So much crowd control on their composition. This is looking scary for Hong Kong Attitude.
Yep, and if they do lock in onto the Zip though, I feel like Wonder Woman is still gonna be a better pick instead of the Zip. The utilities of Zip, yeah, you can actually rely on that. But in terms if HK actually fills up a composition with a lot of damage, just like what we're seeing the Crixie, and there is gonna be a Hoover onto the Lubu and also into the Hayate. That is a lot of sustainable heroes on HKA that can deal a lot of damage. And this is the difference that we saw from the draft of HKA on the last series. It was mostly on to Easy and to Shaolin. But here, they can sustain and they can do a lot of damage as well. And a lot of true damage is going to be felt from the Hayate pick. But in terms of the late game carry potential, I still think Laville has that hyper late game instead of the Hayate. Because one of the problems there is the abilities of Laville is more for the late game, not like on Hayate, which they can actually use to the middle to the late game, but not as effective as the Laville. But I think it is going to be very, very questionable if they're going to be using that Sinistrea for the last pick of Buriram United. One of the reasons is that Sinistrea, yeah, you can deal a lot of damage, but she doesn't have the range to actually outlast some of the members of HKA. If she gets caught out by the trap of Easy on that Crixie, I feel like Sinistrea is gonna be a lamb for waiting for the slaughter. But maybe they're seeing much more than us here on the drafting phase. Why they actually picked up the Sinistrea, we'll never know unless the game already plays out. They have a Zip that can actually save those squishies like the Laville and also the Lorian when he goes for the entry, as well as the Sinistrea, and of course some setting potential on the Superman. But on HKA, they have a lockdown on that Roxy who can just maybe pull out the Zip or even overfly in the front, and we can expect a lot of shredding with the Hayate in unison with that Roxy. And then a lot of damage as well on that Quick C, sustainability on the Lubu, and then the late game carry onto that Irie. We're going to see in game number 7 who is going to be knocked down and is going to be moving into the finals to face V Gaming. HKA on the blue side, Buriram on the red side. What do you have to say, Giyang? Who do you think is going to have a win on the draft?
I really like the composition of both teams, but I'm kind of curious and also nervous about the Sinistrea pick because, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think BRU has ever used a Sinistrea in the whole of the playoffs. So this may be something of a pocket pick of F1 in the jungle that they have been reserving for this particular game, wherein they would mostly need a win. But you talked about the cons of this particular hero as well, so it can be either a really nice pick by BRU or a devastating pick by Buriram United Esports. And Hong Kong Attitude with this much more stable composition, although it has some cons as well with the late game scaling comparison of Shaolin versus Daifoxin, but they have so much threats, they have so much initiating tools, and they can actually go in with a wombo combo for a team fight. So let's see who is going to be coming on top here. Will it be Hong Kong Attitude finally concluding this game, or will BRU clinch it out and complete this comeback?
Yup, and HKA is just going in for a normal start. No invades at all from both sides. They're going to be playing this game as safely as it gets. They're not going to be committing mistakes. And if anyone actually commits mistakes, I'm very, very worried if CC is going to have the best of times here. Because I've seen this Irie before on the series, and he actually uses the Ryu to get the dashes in instead of using it to initiate, because most of the time his gust doesn't actually connect.
And, you know, Hong Kong Attitude is, well, so far, knowing that they don't really like to poke their noses onto the members of BRU. They are just gonna be playing this out safe, a standard clearing of waves and camps here for all of their members, as they want to just scale in this early game. They want to play this out safe, especially that BRU are gonna be looking for picks later on, especially when Daifoxin already has that double trouble and Overfly has that speeding bullet. Team fighting in the early game, especially early to mid, can be scary for BRU, but once the damage comes through on the side of Hong Kong Attitude and it goes online, it's gonna be really hard for BRU to challenge them. But now they are gonna be upping their chances. F1 taking the kill onto Easy, and we're seeing right now that this is basically BRU stuff translating into an Abyssal Dragon take, which is going to be uncontested. Hong Kong Attitude right now, they're back against the wall, and Overfly with a speeding bullet onto Abao. Can they actually escape? The answer is yes, but not without many HP bars low.
Yep, and that is going to be giving Buriram United the chance to actually get back strong in this game, and they have started it strong onto the side, and Dada is actually being harassed here. The double trouble is not going to connect with an information from Dada that there is going to be the double trouble supposed to be hitting Easy, but Nunu going in with the Star Sky means that he has a lot of those kind of trust, and that's the Moonfall being used. While on the top side, there was a secure kill again with CC being taken out, and this has been repeatedly been a problem for HKA. The Dark Slayer lane has been one of the biggest problems here in the series.
Yeah, and we're starting to see the negative effects of it. Dark Slayer also taken here by Buriram United Esports, and Hong Kong Attitude has no answer. I mean, even if they go in onto KSSA, they won't be able to kill him since he is relatively tanky and has a zip roll. And now about getting caught out. Can he actually escape? The answer is no, of course, as 3 members of BRU are there, and Difoxen even is the one that has taken the kill. So far, things are looking out of hand here for Hong Kong Attitude. Almost, well, a 1.4k gold lead at almost 4 minutes into the game, and it's even going higher as the game progresses due to the amount of pressure that BRU are making in this game. There's a dive here into the top lane, but KSSA is just ready to rescue his teammates.
Yes, and we're gonna see the effectiveness of the rotations and the lane changes and lane swaps being used by Buriram United. They always proc out Nunu and Difoxen onto the lane of CC because they actually know that he is the weakest link of HKA, and F1 popping off on that Sinistrea with a 2-0 right now. He is going to be sporting a different build from the usual Sinistreas we've watched. The usual that we see is they're going in for the Scorching Wind, but here he is going to be using that Soul Reaver to add some damage to his kit. And that is one of the biggest things why he was able to secure some of those early kills. And with the War Boots though, he is gonna have that much needed stacking onto the creep waves and also to the heroes that he's gonna be catching out. Although most of the time F1 is actually gonna be suffering from a lot of damage. That is gonna be the double trouble. And also look at the hits. Overfrost is gonna be procced out and F1 secures that kill again. About using the Agnes Grip. But is it gonna be enough? No, it will not be. Shaolin spots out F1, but F1 is just going to actually scare Shaolin at that moment, who's not going to be committing for a kunai blitz at all, because there is still going to be the Broad Bramble being available to F1, who's just going to be swapping out the health. And yeah, with the damage that F1 is actually popping off in this kind of scenario, it is going to be very, very hard for Shaolin to get that kill, because one of the problems of having Shaolin in that Hayate pick against a Sinistrea is it's mostly the damage that you're gonna expect. It is gonna be a peel damage, and F1 goes in hard. CC goes in with the Ryu, but he is not gonna be able to secure again that kill. And the Gus is gonna get a miss. A Bao is in the area, who is gonna be hit by that Starry Sky, and the grip is not gonna be connecting hard with the Foxen, making a Bao run for the high heels.
BRU, they are just dominating this game right now against Hong Kong Attitude, but now they are putting up a fight. Let's see if they can actually fight off BRU. The answer is still no. The damage is just too insane on the side of Buriram United Esports, and I just want to say right now, a while ago I was kind of confused on the Sinistrea pick. We talked about the cons, but it just turned out that F1 is having this pocket pick reserved for this very game, having to get a score of 4-0. And look at the goal that he has right now. This is too much for Hong Kong Attitude to handle. The amount of pressure and the damage he is dishing out is just too high, and Hong Kong Attitude has no answers. Now BRU rotating across the map, being really efficient in their cross-map plays, making their enemies, scramble to pieces and also shiver in fear because of the amount of pressure they are making. Now they're located towards the bot side, zoning the members of Hong Kong Attitude, just waiting for the dragon to spawn because they know they can just take it really fast, especially with F1 in the equation. After securing this outer turret, looking at the goal, it's really just increasing and increasing as the time goes by. And BRU has no sign of weakness as of the moment. They only lost Overfly a while ago, but all of the trades, all of the kills has been in favor of them. And now, as they start the Abyssal Dragon, they're even having the luxury of F1 finishing up his red side camp before starting this Dark Slayer, and a double camp again. No answer from Hong Kong Attitude. They're just back against the wall. chained upon their hands and feet right now as they can't do anything. F1 though is gonna get caught. Can he actually escape? The answer is no. CC gets one, and the double trouble connects onto the member of Hong Kong Attitude, but Abao is still gonna get able to escape, and that shutdown should help Hong Kong Attitude scale up a little bit, but I'm not so sure if that's gonna be allowing them to contest in this Infinite Slayer, because BRU are just still so far ahead in this game. They can just take everything from Hong Kong Attitude.
Yes, and that was a positional mistake for F1, giving a shutdown gold. He had a 4-0 when he was shut down by the members, so it actually mitigated some of the gold lead that we're seeing from BRU. And they need to play this a lot more smarter. They don't need to get those mistakes, because whenever someone is missing, it is already clear indication that there might be an engagement against you. And Defoxen just getting crazy, getting that tier 2 tower even with a defense of easy, and Dada tries his best, uses the Conqueror to maybe catch out F1 again, but the same mistake doesn't actually happen at the same place again with the Hayate here on the bot lane. F1 is going to be spotting him out. Is he going to be able to take Shaolin? This is going to be the question, and F1 might be taken out, but he uses his ultimate to counter CC's Ryu, which doesn't really amount to anything with the damage that he's been dealing. CC only has that Curse of Death and Omni Arms and the flashy boots as well. So what kind of damage can you expect? Easy is going to be using the Moonfall to clear out the waves as easily as he gets. But the tower is going to be taken, and they're running for the high heels. It's a 5-man engagement again from Buriram United. They're going to be securing the last outer turret with the tier 3 turret in the middle lane, getting a gaping hole onto HKA. It is going to be difficult with Dada using that Conqueror because if he's not going to be procting that out, the Star Sky is going to make him float.
Look at how aggressive BRU is. In a blink of an eye, they get everything on the table, opening up mid lane. It's only 2 towers remaining on the side of Hong Kong Attitude, and well, the scaling is definitely not there for them yet. No power spike at all. It's all BRU in this game, taking everything away from Hong Kong Attitude, and it's only a matter of time before they are going to be able to close out this game. It's going to take a miracle for Hong Kong Attitude to actually come back in this game, especially because of the pressure that BRU has been making all throughout. They can take this Holy Dragon and then later on a Slayer. There's zero chance for Hong Kong Attitude to contest on anything that BRU are making. They're just back here in their base, forced to play this game passively. And even if they do this, everything is still getting taken away from them. They can't go beyond their jungle camps or even their base sometimes. And because of that, they're continuously losing resources. Even if we take into consideration that this is just 4,000 gold lead, the funneling of the gold is significantly advantageous for Difoxen and F1. And because of this, the amount of damage is just too much for Hong Kong Attitude to handle. Look at this, Infinite Slayer taken uncontested once again. We're seeing a split push here by CZ onto the bot side, but it's not going to be helping Hong Kong Attitude at all because BRU are just going onto the top, clearing out the wave and forcing the rotations here of Hong Kong Attitude. And even if the double trouble was expended already, it's not going to be negatively affecting BRU at all.
Yep, and so far, with this kind of lead, Buriram United can actually close this if they get another wipeout just like that. If Defoxen is going to be able to get his kill shots in, they are going to have the advantage again. And Shaolin and Dada always sticking together. And this is CC. He might get caught out with the double trouble, hitting a bow in the head. He is going to be stunned for a while with the Slayer already pummeling here and there. And that's going to be the knockup being used. A bow is going to be taking him out. And that's the Star Sky being used to disengage. And the shield from KSSA saves F1 from that predicament. But with the damage there
it is going to be a secure again onto the tier 3 turret, and Nunu goes in with the Orb of Frost, gets that kill on Dada, and Nunu might be taken out, but KSSA saves him in that last moment. CC tries his best to get that kill with the Ryu, always procking up with the passage. That's already another ultimate coming in from Defoxen, getting that stun in, and the Infinite Slayer is going to be taken out. The Starry Sky is going to be used again to disengage the members of HKA, while we're going to see most of the members of BRU going back again, licking their wounds, recalling back to the base, and get their resources up more for themselves.
BRU has been, really consistent in applying pressure onto HKA, but Hong Kong Attitude are still holding their ground. Again, if the base is still intact, there is still a chance to win this game. And Hong Kong Attitude has pulled many comebacks already, even in this series against Buriram United Esports. And if they can just continue to farm and scale, maybe there is a chance for them to go in. Dada took that double trouble in its face, but has the Conqueror to actually survive and cancel that crowd control. Now, with it not being available, it can be a hassle right now for their contest on the Slayer that is about to spawn in the next 6 seconds. I mean, they can just let it be taken, but it's going to be a high pressure situation for them if they are going to be letting the Dark Lord Slayer be taken here by BRU, because they're going to be pushing onto the mid. It can be the game-ending push right now for BRU. And the double trouble connecting onto a bow while speeding bullet, not really hitting anyone, so a bit of a mistake there by Overfly. But it's not going to be affecting BRU that much. They can still take this Dark Lord Slayer, but they have to be really careful because this is going to be crucial. We can recall the previous game we're in. There is a high pressure on the blue team in regards to establishing a good team fight if the Dark Lord Slayer is being contested. So right now, BRU are the ones hesitating for the first time. Double trouble not connecting onto anyone, along with the Starry Sky, as Nunu misses out his ulti. They are going to be disengaging for the meantime since they have expended 2 ultimates already. That's going to be a breathing time for Hong Kong Attitude to scale up even further, because so far Shaolin has been gathering a lot of gold. He is even in the gold here against Difoxen, so that may be the savior here for the side of Hong Kong Attitude if he can actually go in with a perfect kunai blitz moment. Maybe that can be their ticket to victory, but we haven't seen it having a show of light here in this game. So far, it's just BRU pressuring them, and also a little bit of hesitation on the side of BRU with regards to the Dark Slayer take. But in here now, they caught up CC once again. This can be the chance for them to finally end the game, or even just take the Dark Lord Slayer. We talked about CC being, a bit of a problem with regards to his execution in most of the games here of Hong Kong Attitude, and now it was shown once again in this 4v5 team fight. BRU can actually go in right now. They're just waiting. They're just trying to bait out Hong Kong Attitude. Now the Agnes Grip, they're trying to engage. Shaolin is looking for the perfect opportunity to actually go in with a Kunai Blitz. But now, here comes Nunu. He pops out the orb. Shaolin is low. He pops out the Resurrection. But here comes a flank here by F1. Can they actually escape here? There's no Dada in here. And Shaolin might actually get taken down. F1 gets a kill. And with 3 members dead, BRU might actually be able to push out this base. Hong Kong Attitude is barely holding their grounds without Easy and without Shaolin. It's gonna be hard for them to clear out the waves, but BRU is still here. They are having a bit of a low HP on some of the members, but now they're focusing their damage on F1. Second life comes through, but Dada is kind of low. He has the second life as well, but can he actually survive? He's trying his best. He gets a kill onto KSSA, but Nuno is chasing him down. Can he actually escape? The answer is no. He dies under the hands here of Nunu, but here comes the double trouble. Will it actually connect? The answer is no. CC tries to come back in this game. 2 seconds for Easy, 3 seconds for Shaolin. Can they actually help out their teammates? The answer is yes, because BRU are backing off, but they might actually lose this inhibitor tower at top. All that is left here for Hong Kong Attitude is their Nexus. They're barely hanging alive, but they're still in this game.
Yep, and with Buriram United having all of the advantages and even having F1 still alive, they have the chance to maybe take this, but Abao is going to be spotted out. The Foxen might be in danger without the help of KSSA. They need to disengage. They already have the wins. They need to actually just get the wave clear management onto their side. And if all of those creep waves are going to be crashing at the same time, and if they get the Dark Lord Slayer, it is already a clear indication that it is going to be a GG onto the side of BRU. But if HKA plays this out well, wherein they're going to be taking the bulk of the members of BRU and take the Dark Lord Slayer, they can go for a GG push as well. Maybe take 2 heroes of BRU, but that is easier said than done. We know how big of a play needs to be happening for them to actually execute that kind of play. Abao is forced to use that cleanse. They have an opportunity to maybe take in the Slayer, and the Superman is going to be spotted here on the top lane, just making some waves of his own and trying to clear it as safe as possible. CC gets spotted out. The Foxen gets hit with the Gust. It doesn't matter, because if he does go in without any kind of support from the other members of HKA, they're not going to be able to take the Foxen. The only time they actually almost won for HKA is if the Foxen was the one being hit with the Agnes grip of Abao. BRU are now slowly going in for the plays, and CC is going to be able to dodge that double trouble. The top lane, still the Superman is going in for the clear. The Dark Lord Slayer is still not going to be open for the taking for any of these guys. They need to wait for the right moment. Take out one hero on HKA, and for sure we are going to see the conclusion of game number 7 onto the side of BRU. And Abao uses that Agnes grip but messes it up. Easy going in for the poke as well. This is the opportunity that BRU is waiting. Without the Agnes grip ready for Abao, maybe they could have clashed, but they hesitated at that moment with the Superman actually not in the area.
Yeah, and they are starting the Dark Lord Slayer as of the moment. Overfly looking to zone the members of Hong Kong Attitude away. But because of the pressure of Abao and also the other members here of HKA, they are going to be disengaging for the meantime. KSSA is just trying to collect all these big minions so that it can be the big one crashing onto the base of Hong Kong Attitude later on, and it's gonna be really hassle for them. It is a huge wave being collected, and Hong Kong Attitude has to clear this out. They are being kind of distracted here by KSSA, but they are being able to remove at least some of these minions crashing into their base. BRU is just gonna be continuously doing this as the time goes by, because they know HKA can get choked up, but so does F1, being engaged here right now by CC. He's trying to get a good comeback, but the double trouble connects, but it's not gonna be enough. F1 is dead. This is gonna be the opportunity now by Hong Kong Attitude, but with a huge wave crashing in the mid, they're being stopped right now for the moment. Can they actually take this Dark Lord Slayer? Because 40 seconds is the death timer here for F1. This is the perfect opportunity. This is the only chance of Hong Kong Attitude to secure this Dark Lord Slayer, but not without a fight. CC is being engaged right now in the mid lane, and Overfly is zoning the members of Hong Kong Attitude. They have to force a team fight. A flicker bus used here by Overfly to disengage. Now, Hong Kong Attitude starting again this Dark Lord Slayer. They have the waves pushed out in the mid and in the top lane. So they have this breathing time. 4 seconds for F1 to actually spawn up. If Overfly can cancel this, maybe this can be the chance now by BRU. But no, Hong Kong Attitude takes it. It's the time now for the disengage. But there's a dive here into the bot side. That's a kill now by Nunu onto CC. A good revenge kill for his comrade. And now with a 4 versus 5. Without the Airi, this can be the chance now for BRU to finally collapse here into the mid lane. Dara is taking a bit of damage. Shaolin is trying to clear out the wave. There is the Dark Lord Slayer. Good dodge onto that double trouble. Now it's going to be a bit of time before that ulti comes back once again. And since BRU are taking their time, taking this Dark Lord Slayer for themselves, Hong Kong Attitude has time to actually wait for CC to come back alive. And Hong Kong Attitude still zoning the members of BRU, but Overflies here, misses the speeding bullet. But now with the ulti here by Nunu, can they actually dish out enough damage? CC is now online. Conqueror used here by Dada, but he's still gonna get taken down, not without a trade. They get KSSA as well. Overfly still looking to stop the pushes, but CC is mad. Bao is mad, goes in with the Agnes Grip, and now, since Nunu is dead, they try to get onto the Foxin as well. That's 3 members down on the side of BRU. Hong Kong Attitude still living in this 24.5-minute mark. Can they actually push? Can they actually win in this game after over 20 minutes of enduring pain and suffering against BRU? They are marching onto this mid lane, trying to end this game with 13 seconds on the death timer, 7 on KSSA. Overfly has a speeding bullet. He flickers in. They go with the chain CC, and with the inhibitor down. Actually, no, it's alive with 24 HP, and Hong Kong Attitude barely misses that chance to take on the mid.
Surrender to me, you fragile soul. I have you in the palm of my hand.
Oh! BRU completes their comeback in the series and take down Hong Kong Attitude after a long 28-minute game. Finally, they take down Hong Kong Attitude and they will be the one to challenge V Gaming tomorrow. It took a lot of time, it took a lot of efforts, a trial and error to close this out and to come back in the series, but finally it has concluded, and it wouldn't be possible without all the help and all the aggressiveness and confidence that they have shown in this series, especially in this game number 7. Utmost dominance all throughout the early to mid game, and even though Hong Kong Attitude stuck their ground and tried to hold on, even having a close comeback and maybe an almost win after they have taken down Nuno, Defoxin, and KSSA. F1, Defoxin, and Nuno, but no, Overfly stopped them from doing so, and in one team fight, they have predicted the engage of Hong Kong Attitude, stopped them, and mitigated most of the damage dealt. And and when they saw the long death timers of the members of Hong Kong Attitude, it was just go time for them to end this game. A well-deserved win, and now they're one game away from becoming the grand champions if they can actually take down V Gaming.
And with the last highlight, we saw Defoxin being able to destroy the front line, and CC actually committing a lot onto the last clash. It was a mistake on their part, we saw CC just got bursted down by a lot of the members without a Blade of Eternity ready for him. It's just a matter of time we saw Buriram United actually destroying them all. And of course, with Shaolin not being able to use and utilize his skill sets all throughout the clashes, it was just Buriram United here on game number 7. They are now entering the championships, and they are going to be facing off V Gaming. And this is going to be a monumental moment for Buriram United, because this is going to be the first time that we are going to see Buriram United in the international stage. And we do apologize on the last part. I think a technical issue arose, so our voices were not heard on the last part. So we do apologize for that. It has been a very, very long day, but Buriram United is now actually representing the RPL region, and again another GCS team are actually falling down again here in the lower bracket. We're gonna say goodbye to Hong Kong Attitude, and this is the last time that we're gonna see them again. Gone are the days that we're gonna see that the GCS region here on 2021 that's gonna be really dominant. On the AWC, it was the RPL against the GCS, but now with the advent of V Gaming being on top of this AIC, it is now the AOG region and the RPL passing on the torch to each other. Is it still going to be an RPL team dominating the AIC? Because if the RPL team, the Buriram United, actually clinches the championships, then we're going to see the RPL actually dominating the rest of 2021. But if V Gaming actually resurges and actually continues their dominant streak, where we saw 4-0s and a 4-1 on their last series, then the AOG region is going to have a resurgence. Instead of Team Flash, it is now going to be V Gaming. This is a new generation of teams, and definitely the fans are very, very proud of them. We're not gonna go into the details again for the last analysis. It's just about how HKA CC underperformed most of the contests, and that's basically one of the weakest links that they had on HKA. But maybe we're gonna see a stronger HKA moving forward in the next AWC or in the next AIC. Giyang, do you have anything else to say about to the viewers here on our channel?
Well, of course, I would like to thank every single viewer right now for sticking around till the very end. Make sure to watch tomorrow's game. Check out the schedule that will be posted later on after we bid our goodbye, because tomorrow is definitely going to be insane. Burritum United Esports being the one to challenge V Gaming, and of course, it's gonna be an insane grand finals.
Yes, and definitely we've seen a lot of good performances, and it has been a very, very long journey for both of the teams, from HKA and for BRU. But BRU being the champ, I mean the ones to win the lower bracket finals, means that they have the chance to clinch and hoist the Reno Valor International Championship. So, in behalf of all the production staff, VSPN, Garena, Tencent Games, and of course Arena Villa, we thank you all for the viewers that actually watched here and enjoyed this monumental moment. And once again, my name is Vittorio, this is Giyang. We will be seeing you on the Grand Championships, and we hope to see you guys there.
See you.